Chapter 44-46. In the periphery of the immortal mansion world, the valley with the great fortune had been razed to the ground. The shattered void was rapidly repairing itself, and the terrifying aura that made countless creatures tremble had also dissipated. Guling and the others were shocked that the ancient young pearl, a supreme treasure, had been broken by a piece of yellow paper. Only Guling vaguely thought of something, and the way he looked at Yilingtian changed. A piece of yellow paper had broken a supreme treasure. This piece of yellow paper was no small matter. However, although that piece of yellow paper was powerful, it did not emit an earth-shattering power. Just as Yilingtian used a piece of yellow paper to break Chihao's supreme treasure, the ancient young pearl, a roar came from the depths of the heaven-equal sect's ancestral land in the primordial world. This roar directly broke the peace of the heaven-equal sect's ancestral land. Countless experts of the heaven-equal sect were alarmed. Soon, news spread that Grand Supreme Patriarch Qi Xiong had directly broken the seclusion ground and walked out. Then, someone saw Chihao's primordial spirit tablet placed in the heaven-equal pavilion shatter. Once the primordial spirit tablet shattered, it meant that the person who left the tablet was dead. Not even his primordial spirit could escape. God Chihao is dead? An extremely shocking news spread in the heaven-equal sect, and everyone was dumbfounded. No wonder Grand Supreme Patriarch Qi Xiong had come out of seclusion at this time. So that was why. Didn't God Chihao go to the Chaos Rift to compete with the divine sons and saintesses of other sects for the chaotic fortune? Did he actually die in the Chaos Rift? Who killed Divine Prince Chihao? God Chihao is one of the three great divine sons of our heaven-equal sect. The first divine son, Yuan Tai, once fought with Chihao for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he only won by one move. Someone can actually kill the second divine son of our sect? Everyone in the Heavens Equal sect was shocked to the extreme. Even the higher-ups of the Heavens Equal sect were furious. The godchild of the Heavens Equal sect was the future hope of the Heavens Equal sect. He was destined to shake the grand beginning realm. But now, such a heaven-defying divine son, Chihao, had died in the Chaos Rift. This made it difficult for the Heaven Equal sect to accept this fact. The news of Heaven Equal sect's divine son Chihao's death eventually spread. All the super forces in the primordial beginning realm were alarmed. It had to be known that the Heavens Equal sect was one of the superpowers of the grand beginning realm. It was definitely a colossus that ruled over endless territories and billions of lives. The ancestral land of the Equal Heaven sect was incomparably huge. It was a supreme holy land with experts as common as trees in a forest. The sect master of the Equal Heaven sect was one of the strongest existences in the grand beginning realm. Haha, this is going to be fun. In the primal beginning world, the other organizations watched on. The people of the Pingtian Empire and the chaotic war god palace took pleasure in their misfortune. However, very soon, the people of the Pingtian Empire and the chaotic war god palace could no longer laugh. This was because very soon, news of the sacred Prince Pingtian's death and the crack of chaos spread. Then, the chaotic child of the chaotic god of war palace also died in the Chaos Rift. The news shocked the entire world. After all, the two organizations were both supreme organizations of the primordial world. The chaotic battle god palace and the Pingtian divine empire were existences no weaker than the Heavens Equal sect. Haha, do you think that place is so easy to enter? The god of the infinite heavenly sect laughed aloud. Yes, that's a legendary place. Since you dare to go there, you must be prepared to die there. An old ancestor of the primal beginning realm said this. The immortal's estate in the Chaos Rift was a great secret of the primal beginning realm. Apart from the supreme sects, imperishable sects, and the core members of the invincible divine dynasty, no one knew about it. There were great opportunities and great fortunes everywhere. However, opportunities and fortunes were not that easy to obtain. That place appears once every 100,000 years. Who knows how many geniuses and monstrous existences have died there? Someone said something like that. However, there were also people who obtained a great fortune there and soared into the sky. Some even became supreme sovereigns and established supreme sections. Of course, there were not many people who obtained a great fortune there. The various organizations of the primal beginning realm actually treated the Chaos Rift as a place of trial. However, the trial had only just begun. Yet the divine sons and sacred princes of imperishable sects and dynasties had already died. This was definitely not a good thing. Damn it! How dare you kill the holy land of my divine dynasty? No matter who you are, you must die. An old voice rang out from the depths of the imperial capital of the Pingtian Empire. Very soon, an ancestor-level imperial clan member of the Pingtian Empire left the imperial capital. He set off for the chaotic crack with over a dozen powerful members of the imperial clan. Equal Heaven Sect's senior ancestor Qi Xiong also left the Equal Heaven Sect's ancestral ground. Qi Hao was the great-great-grandson of the Heaven's Equal Sect's supreme ancestor. Now that Qi Hao had died in the Chaos Immortal Abode, the supreme ancestor would naturally not let the matter rest. There was a commotion in the chaotic god of war palace as well. An ancient god of war was born, and his might reached the 9 heavens. As soon as he appeared, he roared at the sky, and countless stars in the sky exploded. It was extremely terrifying. With a roar, the Milky Way shattered. This was definitely a war god of extreme Tao. Apart from this extreme Tao war god, the other Grand Elder of the chaotic battle deity palace had also been dispatched. At this moment, an even more shocking piece of news spread through the primal beginning world. More than half of the divine sons and holy maidens of the various sects, clans, and empires had died. The various organizations had previously sealed off the news, but now, so many divine sons and holy maidens had died in the sacred lands and imperishable sections. This was an earth-shattering matter. It was basically earth-shattering. The various sects and sacred lands could not seal off the news even if they wanted to. What happened in the chaotic immortal abode? So many divine sons and holy maidens actually died. Did a great fortuitous encounter appear in the chaotic immortal abode? Did the divine sons and holy maidens fight it out and suffer heavy casualties? This news was just too shocking. It directly shook up the entire cultivation world of the primal beginning world. Countless people guessed, but no one could imagine that the beings of a lowly world in their eyes had killed the divine sons and holy maidens. At that moment, the major forces of the primordial beginning realm who had fallen in the chaos immortal abode all sent experts to the Chaos Rift. They wanted to find out what had happened. A patriarch of the Taiyu sacred ground also left. The Taiyu divine son was a genius the Taiyu sacred ground had nurtured with all its might. He had died just like that. The Taiyu sacred lord's heart was bleeding. He regretted letting the Taiyu divine son enter the chaotic immortal abode. However, it had already happened. There was no point in regretting. Just as the major forces of the primal beginning world sent experts to the chaotic crack, Guling and the others walked into the killing formation of the stone golems in the immortal abode world. She's going to break the formation by herself? Yi Lingtian couldn't help but feel incredulous as he watched Guling walk forward. He didn't actually leave. Instead, he hid himself in the distance. He was also very curious as to how Guling and the others would break the formation. Just as Guling stepped into the stone golem killing formation, a fist came smashing towards her face. Even an extreme grade supremacy would be injured if she was hit by it. However, just as the stone man's punch was about to land on Guling, a faint ball of divine light suddenly surged from Guling's body. The fist of the stone golem smashed into Guling's protective divine light and was sent flying by the recoil. What? Everyone outside the formation was dumbfounded. Even the divine princes from the primal beginning world couldn't block a single punch from the stone golem. But now, the terrifying stone golem in the killing formation had been sent flying by Guling. Everyone found it hard to believe, but they had to believe it because they had seen it with their own eyes. These guys, in a hidden place in the distance, a fellow was carefully observing Guling and the others. This fellow was Blood Darkchild, who had been defeated by Yi Lingtian in one move. Blood Darkchild was extremely cunning. He immediately fled when the situation turned sour. Blood Darkchild appeared in the vicinity, so he didn't dare to provoke these people again. However, the primordial aura in the temple was a great fortune. Who wouldn't want it? Blood Darkchild was no exception. He wanted to fish in troubled waters. However, Yilingtian was too powerful. A single page of yellow paper was enough to break Qi Hao's ancient Yang Pearl. That was a supreme treasure. Although that yellow paper was also burned, no one knew if Yilingtian still had such a yellow paper on him. At that moment, the strength that Guling displayed made the demon prince of the blood-prisoned demon palace even more shocked. Guling walked into the killing formation step by step as if she was taking a stroll in the park. The 9 stone golems kept attacking her, but the terrifying attacks from the stone golems were all blocked by a ball of light that spread out from her body. How is this possible? Yilingtian, who was hidden in the distance, stared at Guling in the killing formation. He was inexplicably shocked. The others couldn't see anything, but he was different. Boom, bam. Dull crashing sounds constantly came from the killing formation. The entire killing formation was in a frenzy, and a monstrous killing aura spread in all directions. Even Qinyao, Jiang Yiqin, and the others outside the formation had to retreat. How is this possible? Yilingtian, who was hidden in the distance, had a solemn expression when he saw this scene. Guling completely ignored the attacks of the 9 stone golems and quickly walked past 2/3 of the killing formation. She would soon pass through the killing formation and step onto the steps in front of the temple. Is this her method of breaking the formation? Although Yilingtian didn't think much of the primordial qi in the ancient shrine, he didn't expect Guling to break the formation like this. To be precise, she wasn't breaking the formation because she didn't even make a move. Roar! One of the stone golems roared as he sent a punch towards Guling. This punch drew upon the energy of the entire killing formation as boundless energy frantically gathered towards his fist. The fist that the stone golem threw at Guling released a dazzling divine light. Boom! The stone golem's fist smashed onto the divine light around Guling's body, making a sound like the beating of a war drum. Transparent ripples appeared on Guling's protective divine light. Chapter 44-47. Could it be the Extreme Guardian as well? Outside the killing formation, little Fatty Gu Xiaofeng exclaimed. It doesn't look like it. I can't sense any aura of the Extreme Tao. Qinyao shook her head. The Extreme Guardian was simply a protective talisman refined by an Extreme Tao Supreme. Once it was activated, the power of the Extreme Tao would erupt. It was bound to be earth-shattering. The divine light emitted from Guling's body seemed to be somewhat similar to the divine light emitted from the yellow paper that Yilingtian used earlier. There was no powerful aura. Yes, Uncle Master is about to succeed. Little Fatty Gu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. At that moment, Guling was still walking forward step by step in the stoneman killing formation. He was only a few dozen feet away from the steps in front of the temple. At that moment, the entire stoneman killing formation had been activated to its limit. In the void shrouded by the killing formation, blinding thunder tribulation lightning appeared. The 9 stonemen had completely awakened. Each of the stonemen's body was emitting dazzling lightning. It was as if they were 9 terrifying thunderballs that could explode at any time and destroy the world. Each of the stonemen's body erupted with the most powerful aura. Each of the stonemen seemed to be able to crush the heavens and shatter the world. Little Fatty Gu Xiaofeng, Qinyao, and the others were terrified. In front of these stonemen, they felt as weak as ants. The Extreme Tao killing formation, the means of a supreme. Little Fatty Gu Xiaofeng's voice was trembling. He was not like Qinyao and Jiang Yiqin. Qinyao was a princess and her father was the legendary Yin Yang Emperor. She knew very well how terrifying an existence of that level was. Jiang Yiqin was from the Jiang family in the human realm. That was a cultivation world with human sovereigns. Jiang Yiqin was known as the Little Supreme of the Jiang family. He naturally knew how powerful an existence of the Extreme Tao was. Plucking the stars, capturing the moon, and swallowing the sun were all trivial matters. Even a sage could do that. An Extreme Tao Supreme was a supreme existence that could shatter the starry sky with a snap of their fingers and destroy a world with a wave of their hand. An Extreme Tao Supreme had the power to truly destroy the world. Otherwise, the power of heavenly punishment wouldn't exist in the human realm and the heavenly realm. The existence of heavenly punishment was to prevent the heavenly realm and the human realm from being destroyed by supreme beings. An extreme grade sovereign was too powerful. They were supreme existences that stood at the peak of the myriad of worlds. A single finger of theirs could destroy a continent and crush a part of the world. Even Qin Yao and Jiang Yiqin had to use their extreme Dao Dao artifacts to protect themselves. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng did not have an extreme Dao weapon, and the human emperor divine mace had been taken back by Gu Ling. He could only stand beside Qin Yao and bask in the limelight, allowing Qin Yao to protect him as well. Otherwise, a single wisp of this extreme divine might would be enough to destroy Gu Xiaofeng's body and soul. This chaos immortal mansion world was protected by supreme Dao patterns, which greatly weakened the extreme Dao aura that erupted from the stone golem killing formation. This allowed the countless living beings in the immortal mansion to escape. If this was the outside world, the wrath of a supreme being would definitely cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. Billions of creatures would suffer a calamity. At that moment, Gu Ling had already set one foot on the steps in front of the temple. No matter how much the 9 stone golems exerted their power, they could not break through the hazy divine light around her body. The moment Gu Ling set foot on the steps in front of the temple, the terrifying killing formation stopped. This was very sudden. The killing formation that had been operating frantically just a moment ago had actually vanished into thin air the next moment. The 9 stone golems returned to the eye of the formation at the same time. The extreme Dao-level thunder tribulation power on their bodies had been completely withdrawn, making them look like ordinary stone statues. This little fatty, who was outside the killing formation, was dumbfounded. Even Qin Yao and Jiang Yiqin were very surprised. As long as we successfully pass through, the killing formation will immediately stop? Qin Yao's eyes lit up. If that's the case, Jiang Yiqin's heart skipped a beat. He was actually eager to give it a try. He glanced at the primordial divine light in the temple, then at Gu Ling, who was walking step by step up the steps. In the end, he sighed and did not make a move. Primordial Qi? At that moment, a figure rushed toward the temple from the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Abode. In an instant, he arrived above the temple. A terrifying extreme Dao-level aura erupted from this person's body. All living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were instantly terrified. This part of the world, the newcomer was a little surprised. He had not expected his cultivation level to be suppressed so severely. Even in the primordial realm, as long as he released his extreme Dao-level aura, he could cover a radius of tens of thousands of miles. However, in this place, his extreme Dao-level aura could only cover a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Of course, this extreme Dao-level aura could spread very far, but his extreme Dao-level spirit force was restricted to a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Could the laws of heaven and earth here be even stronger than in the primordial realm? The newcomer could not help but feel somewhat shocked when he thought of this. The Chaos Child died here. Did you kill the Chaos Child? The newcomer suddenly stared at Jiang Yiqin. Jiang Yiqin looked at the black-robed elder in the sky in shock. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from this fellow. This person's entire body was emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. He was like a primordial god of death that could destroy the world. It was as if he could destroy all life around him at any time. The nearby experts from the primordial realm were alarmed. Sangmie. It's the Grand Elder of the Chaotic War God Palace, Sangmie. Someone recognized the black-robed elder's origin. What? He's Sangmie? The legendary extermination battle ancestor Sangmie? Someone exclaimed. The Chaotic War God Palace was a colossus in the primordial realm. The old war gods of the Chaotic War God Palace had terrifying cultivation levels. Those who could be called battle ancestors were all existences of the extreme Dao level. When the Chaotic War God Palace was at its strongest, it even had 36 battle ancestors. Its might shook the primordial realm, and no one dared to disobey its commands. So what if I killed that fellow? Jiang Yiqin said indifferently as he met battle ancestor Sangmie's gaze. Die. Battle ancestor Sangmie slammed his palm towards Jiang Yiqin. Rumble. A huge hand instantly enveloped the entire world. Even Qin Yao and Little Fatty were engulfed. The might of the extreme Dao level shook the 9 heavens. The huge hand was still in the sky, but the ground had already begun to sink. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. Oomph. Bullying the weak. The people of the primordial realm are really shameless. Jiang Yiqin sneered. One of the supreme Tao weapons on his body was activated. It rushed out of his body and turned into a huge dragon. It soared into the sky and shook the heavens and the earth. Boom! The azure dragon collided with the huge hand that descended from the sky. In the next moment, the extreme Tao level azure dragon was actually suppressed by the huge hand. An extreme Tao level Tao artifact was, after all, a Tao artifact refined by an extreme Tao level supremacy. Jiang Yiqin's extreme Tao level Tao artifact was really not enough in front of a true extreme Tao level supremacy. Buzz! Just as Jiang Yiqin was about to be hit by battle ancestor Zhangmia's palm, Qin Yao's body suddenly vibrated. Then, yin-yang Tao diagram rushed out of her body and blocked the huge hand that descended from the sky. Chapter 44-48. The Grand Elder of the Chaotic Battle God Palace, Battle Ancestor Zhangmia, charged into the Primal Chaos Immortal Palace. The moment he appeared, he immediately stared at Jiang Yiqin. This was because Jiang Yiqin had the aura of Chaos Seed on him. Needless to say, Chaos Seed had definitely been killed by this fellow. The Son of Chaos was the divine son of the chaotic god of War Palace. He was being nurtured as the next palace lord of the chaotic god of War Palace. This Chaos Child was also very heaven-defying. He had only cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but he was already a quasi-supreme. Given time, it was not impossible for Chaos Child to break through to the extreme grade realm. But now, the Son of Chaos was dead. Everything was over, and the chaotic god of War Palace's 1,000 years of hard work was wasted. Jiang Yiqin had killed the chaotic child, and the consequences were severe. He had directly provoked the Grand Elder of the Chaotic Battle Deity Palace, Zhangmia. Moreover, another battle ancestor of the Chaotic Battle Deity Palace was also rushing to the chaotic immortal abode with his men. As a matter of fact, the reason battle ancestor Zhangmia was so furious was because the Son of Chaos was actually one of his descendants. Without any hesitation, battle ancestor Kangmi attacked immediately. He wanted to kill Jiang Yiqin and the others to avenge Chaos Child. Rumble! The terrifying hand descended from the sky, enveloping the entire area. It wanted to kill everyone in the vicinity with a single palm strike. The divine might of the extreme Tao shook the 9 heavens. The moment Zhangmia attacked, the wind and clouds changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. Under the giant hand, the sky and the void were directly destroyed. The supreme Tao artifact that Jiang Yiqin had released could not neutralize the power of Zhangmia's palm. This was a shocking scene. The azure dragon that Jiang Yiqin's supreme Tao artifact had transformed into was actually slapped down from the sky by a huge hand. Seeing that Jiang Yiqin couldn't block it, a yin-yang Tao talisman immediately rushed out from Qin Yao's body. It instantly grew larger and not only blocked the large hand, but it also blocked the entire sky. Roar! Jiang Yiqin roared and frantically activated the extreme Tao artifact. In the next moment, the azure dragon that had been slapped down from the sky soared into the sky again. The 2 extreme Tao-grade Tao artifacts erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful extreme Tao-grade power, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the 2 supreme Tao weapons collided with the giant hand descending from the sky. A powerful supreme Tao-level energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever the energy storm passed, the void would be annihilated. It was as if it could crush and obliterate everything. The yin-yang Tao diagram directly rushed down from the sky, sinking into Qin Yao's body. Qin Yao's body trembled, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. At the same time, the shadow of a dragon descended from the sky and rushed into Jiang Yiqin's body. The powerful impact almost caused his body to collapse. Terrifying bloody wounds appeared on his body. The huge hand that slapped down from the sky finally dissipated in the void. With just one strike, Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination suppressed 2 supreme Tao treasures. His divine might was unparalleled. This shocked Jiang Yiqin. This fellow was definitely not as simple as an extreme Tao sovereign. Go! Qin Yao grabbed Gu Xiaofeng, who was next to her. and rushed into the distance with the Tao diagram protecting her. Zhang Yiqian also fled at the first instant. This old fellow was too strong. Even when the two of them used their supreme Tao treasures together, they could only barely block a seemingly casual strike from the other party. Primordial energy? Just as Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was about to attack again, Gu Ling had already reached the end of the steps. She climbed up and arrived at the gate of the temple. Whoosh! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the temple. He wanted to grab the temple in one go. Primordial energy was not essential to Forefather Firmament Extermination. However, if he could obtain it, he would be able to. Gu Ling looked up with an indifferent expression. Then she retracted her gaze and walked into the temple. At this moment, she was not afraid of anything, unless an existence in the eternal realm attacked her. However, such existences were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, even in the primogenitor's realm. Boom! Just as Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination's hand was several hundred feet away from the temple, the 9 stone golems outside the temple began to emit dazzling lightning bolts. 9 bolts of lightning shot into the sky and pierced towards Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination. Each bolt of lightning was larger than a mountain. What? Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was shocked. He did not expect this temple to be protected by an array. 9 bolts of tribulation lightning shot up into the sky and blocked Battle Ancestor Zhang Mie's giant hand that was reaching down from the sky. At this moment, Gu Ling had already entered the temple and arrived before the mass of primordial energy that was enshrined in the center of the temple. Boom! Bam! Extremely heavy sounds of collisions constantly resounded from outside the divine hall. The air rippled, and even within the divine hall, the ripples could still be felt. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was attacking the stone golem killing array. Even with his cultivation and battle strength, he could not do anything to this killing array. Roar! Within the killing array, the 9 stone golems roared incessantly. It was as if 9 supremes of the extreme Tao had appeared in the world at the same time. Damn it! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was both shocked and furious. At this moment, the 3 fellows had already escaped. However, this was nothing. As long as the 3 fellows were still in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion, he could kill them and avenge the Child of Chaos. The primordial energy could allow him to nurture another invincible realm descendant. I'll collect the primordial energy first, then kill these ants. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination gritted his teeth and charged into the killing array below to fight against the 9 stone golems. Boom! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination's battle strength was unparalleled. He took out a huge halberd and swept away 3 stone golems with it. Kill! Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination waved the halberd in his hand and continuously swept away the stone golems. Then, he charged towards the temple in a domineering manner. Battle Ancestor Extermination of the chaotic god of Battle Palace is indeed worthy of his reputation. Some of the experts from the primal beginning realm who were spectating nearby could not help but exclaim at the battle strength displayed by Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was extremely berserk. His extreme Tao level strength surged violently. As he charged forward, the 9 stone golems could not stop him. Bam! The moment Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination stepped onto the steps in front of the temple, the entire temple shook violently. At this moment, Gu Ling had already walked out of the temple. Little girl, hand over the primordial energy, or else. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination walked up the steps step by step. He gripped his halberd and glared at Gu Ling fiercely. Or else what? Gu Ling said indifferently, Go to hell. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination stomped on the ground. Boom! The ground immediately collapsed, and a large pit appeared on the incomparably hard ground. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. Roar! Chapter 44-49. The battle ancestors of the chaotic war god palace were a bunch of lunatics. They were known as the number 1 fighters in the primordial realm. The supreme elder of the chaotic war god palace, Zhang Mie, was known as the extermination battle ancestor. His methods were ruthless and his actions could only be described as crazy. Anyone who offended Sangmye would be annihilated by him. Even the force behind that person would be annihilated. Battle Ancestor Sangmye had once killed someone who had unintentionally offended him. Then, with his halberd in hand, he killed his way into the sect behind that person. Blood flowed like a river, and not a single chicken or dog was spared. This was an ancient sect that had once ruled over an entire region, and even had an extreme Tao utmost being in charge of it. Yet, it was annihilated by this Sangmye. The sect master of the ancient sect, the extreme Tao supremacy, was killed by the exterminating battle god Sangmye. His body and soul were destroyed, and he died. Sangmye's final attack destroyed the ancestral ground of that ancient sect, erasing it from the primordial realm. Ever since that battle, no one dared to provoke the battle ancestor of the chaotic god of War Palace. He was called the Extermination Battle Ancestor. In the entire chaotic god of War Palace, no one could suppress him except for the palace master. As for the son of Chaos, he was his successor. He was nurtured as the next palace master of the War God Palace. But now, the son of Chaos died in the hands of these lowly ants. Sangmye was enraged. Kill. At this moment, Battle Ancestor Sangmye struck out with all his strength, slashing towards Gu Ling, who was standing in front of the gate. The violent power shook the heavens, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. If it was somewhere else, his attack would definitely be able to destroy an ancient divine mountain, destroy a part of the void, and destroy everything. However, the void where the palace was located was extremely stable. Even a full-powered strike from an existence like Battle Ancestor Sangmye couldn't destroy the void here. What a stable place. What a powerful great Tao law. Battle Ancestor Sangmye suddenly realized what this place was. He couldn't help being shocked, and his aura weakened a little. At this moment, Gu Ling extended her right hand and grabbed the halberd that Battle Ancestor Sangmye had struck down. The terrifying power that could kill an extreme Tao supremacy was actually blocked by her casually. What? Battle Ancestor Sangmye was extremely shocked. He never imagined that a little girl who wasn't even a supremacy stage could grab his halberd with her bare hands. Taking on a Tao artifact with his bare hands? This was too inconceivable. One had to know that this little girl was only a quasi-supreme being. A quasi-supreme being was someone he could destroy with a single slap. Could it be? Sangmye was shocked. Just then, Sangmye felt a strong force coming from the battle halberd. Then, both his hands shook and the battle halberd in his hands was snatched away by the other party. Impossible. Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination was no longer just shocked. How could this woman before him be so strong that she could snatch away his battle halberd? Even the master of the chaotic god of War Palace couldn't take away his weapon. At this moment, Battle Ancestor Sangmye suddenly laughed when he saw this woman. Oh no! Battle Ancestor Azure Extermination's heart skipped a beat. Then, he saw Gu Ling casually wave her hand. In the next moment, 7 or 8 balls of divine light exploded from his body. All his protective Tao artifacts were shattered. He felt as if he had been hit by an ancient sacred mountain. His entire body flew out and fell into the stoneman killing array outside the palace. Roar! In the next moment, the stoneman killing array was activated. 9 huge stone men walked out of the array and surrounded Battle Ancestor Sangmye. Wah! Battle Ancestor Sangmye's chest heaved up and down as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Preposterous! Scram! Battle Ancestor Sangmye was enraged. Violent energy exploded from his body. 9 rays of divine light turned into giant dragons and knocked the 9 stone men away. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. He was crazy to the extreme. Roar! Battle Ancestor Sangmye roared into the sky, causing the entire killing formation to shake violently. Boundless killing intent filled every inch of the void within the killing formation. Even the Tao patterns that constructed the killing formation dimmed. Impossible. How can an ant from the lower domain be stronger than me? Battle Ancestor Sangmye stared at the figure on the platform. His eyes were like a peerless sword that pierced through the void. Why not? Gu Ling stood on the platform and looked down at Battle Ancestor Sangmye calmly. Boom. Beam after beam of divine light shot out from Battle Ancestor Firmament Extermination's body, transforming into 9 extreme Tao treasures. Every single one of these Tao treasures exploded with extreme Tao energy waves. The 9 extreme Tao artifacts quickly awakened and formed an extreme Tao domain around Battle Ancestor Tongmie. Bang! A stoneman arrived and punched Battle Ancestor Tongmie's extreme Tao domain. The 9 extreme Tao artifacts vibrated at the same time. The power released directly knocked the stoneman away. Countless cracks appeared on the stoneman's body. It was on the verge of collapsing. However, in the next moment, 9 Tao inscriptions appeared on the stoneman's body. The cracks on the stoneman's body began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little brat, how dare you look down on this ancestor? Go to hell. Battle Ancestor Tongmie soared into the sky. He controlled the 9 extreme Tao artifacts and directly attacked Gu Ling on the platform. His might was shocking, and it seemed as though he could crush a part of the world. So what if you're peerless? Gu Ling smiled. She didn't care about Battle Ancestor Tongmie's peerless attack at all. Kill, kill, kill. Battle Ancestor Tongmie seemed to have descended into madness. Boundless killing intent swept through the sky. At this moment, the countless experts in the sky who saw this scene were all shocked to the extreme. Such a powerful attack would even turn an ordinary extreme Tao supremacy into dregs. This Battle Ancestor Tongmie can destroy an ancient sect with a single attack and kill extreme Tao supremacies like slaughtering chickens. He truly lives up to his name. An expert from the primordial world exclaimed. That brat actually dared to provoke Battle Ancestor Tongmie. Looks like she's in for it. Some people didn't think Gu Ling would win. Hee, is that so? That might not be the case. A voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young monk wearing a white monk robe walking over with an alms bowl in his hand. This monk didn't have any Buddhist light lingering around him. He looked just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on this young monk because he had just crippled an expert from the primordial world not too long ago. Who would dare to look down on such a ferocious person? Little Baldy, I heard that you obtained quite a lot of good stuff. At this moment, another figure appeared. When everyone saw this person, they immediately retreated and didn't dare to approach him. Old Tortoise, you actually came out of that place alive. It seems like you obtained some good fortune from there. The young monk immediately smiled when he saw that person. When did Fan Xiao and Demon Lord get together? When the experts from the heavenly realm saw these two people, their expressions couldn't help but change. Whether it was Fan Xiao or this demon lord from the heavenly realm, they were both extremely difficult to deal with. These two fellas didn't play by the rules. These two fellas were feared by everyone. No one dared to provoke them because those who provoked them all ended up in a miserable state. Boom! At this moment, on the steps in front of the temple, Battle Ancestor Tongmie's terrifying attack landed on Gu Ling. The 9 supreme Tao weapons hit her at the same time. At the same time, Tongmie's extreme Tao realm power enveloped Gu Ling, wanting to obliterate her. How is this possible? Although Tongmie's attack hit Gu Ling, he wasn't happy at all. She actually didn't take his attack head-on and allowed it to land on her. More importantly, his attack was enough to kill a mid-level supreme martial artist. Even a supreme martial artist who had achieved great success in the extreme Tao wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. However, when the 9 great Tao treasures landed on this girl, she didn't even bat an eyelid, as if she didn't feel anything. She didn't even frown. Even when his extreme Tao domain enveloped this girl, it actually lost the power it should have. She felt like she was bathing in the spring breeze when facing his attack. This was the only thing that came to Battle Ancestor Tongmie's mind. Is that all you've got? Gu Ling suddenly laughed. Battle Ancestor Tongmie's shock was no small matter. His all-out attack couldn't hurt her at all. Was this girl actually a legendary existence? At this moment, Gu Ling's body shook. The 9 supreme Tao weapons that landed on her body were immediately sent flying. Cracks appeared on each of the supreme Tao weapons. Even Battle Ancestor Tongmie was sent flying. His extreme Tao realm collapsed, and he coughed out blood continuously. That was the blood of a supreme martial artist. Every drop could destroy the world and turn an area into nothingness. It was extremely domineering. Whoosh! Gu Ling took a step forward and instantly caught up to battle ancestor Tsangmia. Scram! She waved the divine halberd that she had snatched from battle ancestor Tsangmia and ruthlessly swept it at battle ancestor Tsangmia. Battle ancestor Tsangmia was immediately sent flying. He disappeared from the immortal mansion world. No one knew where he flew to. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the little monk Fan Shio stuck out her tongue. Old Tortoise was dumbfounded. "My little niece is too fierce," Old Tortoise exclaimed. At this moment, Gu Ling had already passed through the stoneman killing array and walked out. After passing through the killing array, she felt exhausted. She staggered and almost fell. The price of using this thing is indeed a little high. Gu Ling smiled bitterly. 80% of the yuan qi in her body had been sucked away by that thing on her. Her yuan qi was almost damaged. She didn't hesitate and directly consumed a drop of undying godly liquid. At this moment, some people who saw this scene from afar were shocked. Could it be that she was injured in the battle with Tsangmia? Some people were tempted. One should know that there was a mass of primordial qi hidden in the temple. That was the ancestral qi of heaven and earth. It had endless uses. If they could obtain that mass of primordial qi, they would definitely be able to increase their cultivation. Chapter 4450. Gu Ling had obtained the primordial chaos energy. Actually, her father, Gu Fei, had already cultivated the primordial chaos energy. This primordial chaos energy was nothing to her. Of course, she had obtained it herself, so it had a different meaning. However, if it wasn't for the sky blue immortal gold battle armor that her father, Gu Fei, had given her, she wouldn't have been able to break through the stoneman killing array outside the shrine. Nor would she have been able to completely ignore the attacks of the great elder Tsangmia of the chaotic battle god palace. However, using the sky blue immortal gold battle armor had cost her quite a bit. 80% of her vital energy had been drained by the sky blue immortal gold battle armor, and she was on the verge of collapsing. In this immortal mansion world, there were dangers everywhere. She immediately took a drop of the immortal godly elixir that she had gotten from little monk Fan Shio. After that drop of immortal godly elixir dissolved in her body, it only took a few breaths' time to completely replenish the vital energy she had used. This immortal godly elixir is really heaven-defying. Gu Ling couldn't help but be moved by the changes in her body. Not only had her vital energy been replenished, but it seemed to be much stronger than before. Most importantly, the immortal substance contained in the immortal godly elixir had fused into her body, strengthening her life force and making it much stronger. Because the sky blue immortal gold battle armor had concealed Gu Ling's aura, no one could tell that she had already recovered her vital energy. They were all guessing whether she had also been severely injured in the battle with battle ancestor Tsangmia. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist could dictate the life and death of others. This was an eternal law that would never change no matter where you were. The strong ruled over the weak. This was the truth. Gu Ling had taken the primordial chaos energy from the shrine, which would make many people target her. In the world of cultivation, killing and robbing was the most common thing. She actually took the primordial chaos energy. Little monk Fan Shio smiled and immediately retreated. He didn't dare to provoke Gu Ling. Who knew how many powerful things she had on her? She was Gu Fei's daughter. The consequences of provoking his daughter would be dire. I'm leaving too." Like a thief, the old tortoise quietly retreated. If he were to be entangled by this little niece, he would have to bleed a lot. In the heaven realm and the human realm, those who knew about Gu Ling's background didn't dare to have any thoughts of killing her and stealing her treasures. In this world, who would dare to touch Gu Fei's daughter? That was an existence even more ferocious than a peerless, vicious person. An existence even more ferocious than the great calamity Xian Huang. A single rage could flatten a forbidden region. A single sword strike could behead a supreme being, shaking both the celestial and human realms. Even Di Jiutian had submitted to him and become his disciple. Many people saw that Di Jiutian had also entered this world. He was a supreme existence at the supremacy level, and he could compete with the supremacy of the primogenitor realm. Of course, the people of the primal beginning realm had no idea who Gu Fei, Gu Ling, or Di Jiutian were. Boom. someone couldn't help but make a move. A divine sun suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky, and the aura of extreme yang instantly filled every inch of the void. "Give me the Hongming Qi." An incomparably majestic voice came from the sky, and a terrifying heat burned the void. The shadow of a three-legged bird appeared on the divine sun, looking down at Guling Golden Crow. An extreme Dao Golden Crow? The experts of the heaven realm and the human realm were all shocked. The Golden Crow clan had never disappeared from the heaven realm and the human realm, but this Golden Crow clan didn't have a supreme being. Moreover, this Golden Crow sovereign dared to attack Guling, so he naturally didn't know Guling's background. Guling looked up at the sky. Someone actually dared to attack her? Lowly ant, offer up the Hongming Qi and scram. The Golden Crow sovereign in the sky didn't care about Guling at all. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't care to squash an ant to death. What is this guy saying? The experts from the heaven realm and the human realm were all stunned. This guy is too awesome. I can't help but admire him. Did this feathered beast get kicked in the head by a donkey? This guy from the primordial realm is indeed different. He actually dared to provoke the Gu clan. The experts from the heaven realm looked at the Golden Crow as if they were looking at an idiot. So what if he was a supreme? Gu Fei and his daughter were fearless. It wasn't like Gu Fei hadn't killed a supreme before. Even the great ominous being, Xian Huang, wasn't a match for Gu Fei. He was captured by Gu Fei, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "All of you, shut up." The Golden Crow sovereign in the sky roared angrily, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Some people with weaker cultivations were directly shaken to the point where their ears bled. Some people even fell from the sky because of the terrifying sound waves. "You're just a stupid bird. What are you roaring for?" A huge shadow appeared in the depths of the immortal mansion world. The huge figure was like a giant god that opened the sky, and one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. A terrifying pressure spread out, and the whole world seemed like it was about to collapse. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. "Fellow Taoist, I advise you to mind your own business." The Golden Crow sovereign turned and sneered at the figure in the depths of the immortal mansion world. A frog at the bottom of a well. "You think you're invincible just because you came from the primordial realm? You can truly look down on the heavens? How laughable." The figure's voice boomed out, and the entire world became very unstable. "What did you say?" The Golden Crow sovereign, who was like a sun in the sky, was enraged. When a supreme was enraged, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. That sun seemed like it was about to burn through the sky. "Stupid bird. Let me teach you how to be a person." No, it should be how to be a bird," the figure said disdainfully. "Humph." The Golden Crow sovereign sneered. In the next moment, a sharp golden claw swiped down towards Guling. He wanted to kill Guling first, obtain that ball of primordial energy, and then deal with that fellow in the depths of the immortal mansion world. That fellow in the depths of the immortal mansion world was very powerful. A Dharma idol of heaven and earth was enough to make a quasi-supreme wet his pants. That was a formidable foe. The Golden Crow sovereign didn't dare to underestimate such an existence. They were both extreme Tao paragons. When their auras interacted, it was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. That fellow in the depths of the immortal mansion world definitely had a cultivation and battle prowess that was not inferior to his own. The Golden Crow sovereign didn't fear this sort of existence. "Sigh," Guling sighed, then directly took out a yellow sheet of paper and threw it towards the Golden Crow's claw that was swiping down from the sky. Yellow paper? Seeing this scene, some of the experts watching from afar instantly paled. Even Yi Lingtian's eyes widened. To ordinary people, this yellow paper had no power at all. However, not long ago, Yi Lingtian had used this yellow paper to kill Qi Hao, the divine child of the heaven's equal sect in the primordial beginning realm. And there were quite a few people who had seen this scene. Yi Lingtian had used a yellow paper to break through the extreme Tao and kill the divine child. To ordinary people, this was simply a miracle, a legend among legends. Of course, when Yi Lingtian had killed Qi Hao, the Golden Crow sovereign hadn't arrived yet. Naturally, he hadn't seen that terrifying scene that was like a legend. The golden crow divine claw, which was as huge as a mountain, directly swiped at that yellow paper. "Little girl, have you been scared silly by me?" The golden crow sovereign sneered. This little thing actually threw a yellow paper at him. Did she want to use a yellow paper to block his attack? This was really too funny. However, the yellow paper that Gu Ling had thrown out flew past, and then the golden crow sovereign's claw that was swiping at him soundlessly split in half. Golden blood sprinkled down from the sky. Every drop radiated a dazzling golden light, as if a large number of densely packed golden stars were falling from the sky. The golden crow sovereign was extremely shocked. This was just a piece of yellow paper without any energy fluctuations. How could it hurt him? The experts who were watching the battle nearby were also dumbfounded. The yellow paper that Gu Ling had thrown out still flew towards the golden crow sovereign. The yellow paper seemed to be blown by the wind as it floated towards the golden crow sovereign. It still flashed past, and then the divine sun that the golden crow sovereign had transformed into was split in half. How is this possible? The golden crow sovereign couldn't believe that he would actually be killed by a yellow paper. This was really an unjust death. The yellow paper looked ordinary, but at this moment, no one dared to underestimate it. Everyone who stared at that yellow paper had a different look in their eyes. The figure in the depths of the immortal mansion world was very surprised to see this scene. The huge figure that was taller than the sky also disappeared between heaven and earth, as if it had never been there. Is that a contingency plan left behind by that existence? Yi Lingtian suddenly thought of a person, an existence that even he trembled in fear. The Yi family was a superpower in the primogeniture realm, and they had the support of the Yi family's ancestor. Back then, Gu Fei had swept through the primogeniture realm by himself, and even the Wood clan had been destroyed by him. Yi Lingtian had definitely heard of Gu Fei's fame. Apart from Gu Fei, who else in the universe could refine a yellow paper that could kill a supreme being? It wasn't a Tao artifact, but a decree from a supreme existence in the eternal realm. Once an eternal decree was used, even a supreme being would die. After the yellow paper that Gu Ling had thrown out split the golden crow sovereign in half, it started to burn and turn into ashes, as if it had never been there in the first place. As for the golden crow sovereign from the primogeniture realm, after he was split in half by that yellow paper, both his physical body and primordial spirit started to burn and turn into ashes as well. The sun that had been hanging across the sky disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge mountain that had been weighing down on their hearts had been moved away. This was the destruction of both body and soul. A lofty supreme being had actually perished in this immortal mansion world. This left everyone from the primogeniture realm completely dumbfounded. No one had thought that an extreme supreme being would perish. It must be known that this was a supreme existence that stood at the peak of the universe. At this time, even those fellows from the primogeniture realm knew that this little girl was not an existence that could be trifled with. How is this possible? All the experts from the primogeniture realm couldn't believe it. And just as everyone was stunned, a vast and boundless aura suddenly came from the entrance of the immortal mansion world, and a supreme figure appeared in the immortal mansion world. Behind that figure stood over a dozen incomparably powerful existences. Those figures all exuded shocking battle intent and a cold, murderous aura. These people were like a group of war gods that had walked out of the primordial chaos. The people from the chaotic war deity palace have arrived. Chapter 4451. The chaotic war god palace is known to be the strongest in the primal beginning realm. They really are swift and decisive. They've arrived so quickly, sighed an expert of the primal beginning realm. The deaths of over a dozen divine sons and holy maidens was enough to shock the entire primal beginning realm. After all the divine dynasties, sacred grounds, and large sects that had been conferred the title of divine sons and holy maidens were the peak figures of the younger generation. If these people were allowed to mature, they would definitely become rulers of a region. Yet now, they had all died in the world of the chaotic immortal mansion. Whether it was the chaotic war god palace, the Pingtian divine empire, or the heavens equal sect, they were all furious. They all sent their ancestors to the chaotic immortal mansion. However, It seemed like only the people of the chaotic war god palace had arrived. The one in the lead was an ancient battle god. The moment this ancient battle god stood in the void, the entire heaven and earth started to become unstable. Immense power erupted from the ancient god of war's body, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding space. He carefully controlled his presence, so the experts of the chaotic war god palace behind him did not feel any pressure at all. However, apart from the powerhouses from the chaotic god of war palace, the countless living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles felt as if a primordial sacred mountain had suddenly descended and pressed down on their bodies the moment the ancient god of war appeared. Before a supreme god of slaughter, countless living beings were ants. Since the supreme god of slaughter had emerged, blood would definitely flow like rivers. The ancient god of slaughter was a supreme expert who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had entered the path of cultivation through slaughter. In his eyes, all living beings in the world could be killed. Whoever killed a divine son of the chaotic war god palace, step forward and accept your death. Otherwise, everyone here will die with the chaotic child. The ancient god of slaughter glanced past everyone present coldly. However, no one said anything. They were all stunned by the ancient god of slaughter's words. Not only had the people of the heavens world and humans world entered the immortal mansion, but many people from the primal beginning realm had come as well. The primal beginning realm was filled with thousands of races and experts. There was a large number of heaven's sects and divine religions. There were naturally many people who had been conferred the title of Divine Son and Holy Maiden. Even the Heaven Equal sect had 3 divine princes, and Chiha was only one of them. The super forces of the primal beginning realm would nurture several divine sons and saintesses, not just one. This was because no one knew what would happen in the next moment in the cultivation world. Even the divine princes and saintesses of the major heavenly sects and divine sects were in danger of dying. At that moment, Yi Lingtian's figure had already disappeared. In fact, he had already quietly retreated when the war god appeared. However, Jiang Yiqin did not leave. The chaotic son of the chaotic battle deity palace had died at his hands. Great god of war, I know who killed fellow Taoist chaos. At this moment, a young man in purple suddenly walked out and clasped his hands in greeting to the god of slaughter. His expression was calm, and there was a smile on his face. Under the pressure of the ancient god of slaughter, it was as if he wasn't affected at all. Jiang Yiqin's expression changed as he looked at the purple-clad youth. So it's the little guy from the Eastern Purple Chi sect. Do you know who killed the chaotic son? Upon hearing this, the aura on the peerless killer's body surged. This time, even the experts from the chaotic battle deity palace who were protected by him felt a strong sense of pressure. The purple-robed young man facing the peerless reaper of death was in an even worse state. He directly lay on the ground, shivering. A mass of divine light emerged from his body, but in the next moment, it instantly collapsed. He couldn't even withstand the formless aura of the peerless reaper of death. It's Xing Litian from the Eastern Purple Chi sect. Someone recognized the purple-robed youth's origins. His brother, Xing Liti, is the #1 divine son of the Eastern Purple Chi sect. Someone exclaimed. The Eastern Purple Chi sect was one of the 10 major heavenly sects of the primal beginning realm. It was as famous as the Heaven Equal sect. It could be said that it was a super ancient lineage. The #1 divine son of the Eastern Purple Chi sect was definitely at the peak of the quasi-supreme level. He had already taken half a step into the extreme grade. Although Xing Litian was the elder brother, he was far from being comparable to his younger brother, Xing Liti. However, Xing Litian had such a heaven-defying younger brother. His status in the Eastern Purple Chi sect wasn't bad either. Most true disciples of the Eastern Purple Chi sect had to curry favor with him. It should be noted that the #1 divine son of the Eastern Purple Chi sect was the first in line to be the next sect master. If there were no accidents, he would be the next sect master. For top heavenly sects like these, the sect masters and sect masters weren't always fixed. Every once in a while, when the divine sons of the sect had fully matured, the sect master would abdicate and become the grand sect master. For example, the Eastern Purple Chi sect had 3 grand sect masters in charge. The grand sect masters of each sect didn't care about worldly affairs. They would only intervene when the sect was facing a life-and-death situation. "The person who killed Brother Chaotic Sun is here," Xingletian said. His voice was trembling. The being in front of him was a supreme battle ancestor. He was extremely powerful, and a wisp of his aura seemed to be able to crush the entire world. Even though he had a secret treasure on him, he was still extremely frightened. That kind of fear came from the depths of his soul and made him tremble uncontrollably. "What did you say?" The primordial battle god from the chaotic battle god palace was instantly enraged. Rays of chaotic divine light appeared around the primordial battle god and tore the void apart. "Who is it? Show yourself." Zhan Zuku and Yu roared angrily. Terrifying sound waves spread out. Visible ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. Countless experts who were watching the battle nearby were all extremely shocked by Ku and Yu's roar and immediately retreated. Some unlucky fellows were directly turned into a mist of blood by Ku and Yu's roar and died. Even those experts who were lucky enough to escape in time were shaken to the point that their blood and qi churned, and they almost vomited blood. At that moment, many experts who had witnessed the battle between Jiang Yiqin and Chaotic Sun turned to look at Jiang Yiqin. "Little fellow, it's you?" Zhan Zuku and Yu roared. He extended his hand and grabbed at Jiang Yiqin. A violent, devouring power erupted from his palm, as though the entire world was about to be devoured. This battle ancestor was so powerful that his extreme spirit force enveloped the entire world. With the extreme spirit force's detection, even the slightest movement would be captured by him. "I'm not going to keep you company," Jiang Yiqin said as he crushed a Dao talisman in his hand. In the next moment, a ball of divine light enveloped him and he disappeared into the void. "What?" Ku and Yu was extremely shocked. This part of the world had been sealed by him, and no one should have been able to escape. What was wrong with this little fellow? Jiang Yiqin left. No one could see how he had left, not even the battle ancestor from the chaotic battle god palace. "All of you, go to hell." The infuriated battle ancestor Ku and Yu directly unleashed his anger on the unlucky people present. He waved his right hand, and a beam of divine light shot forward. In an instant, dozens of cultivators were cut into halves by this beam of divine light, and they died. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The old ancestor from the chaotic war deity palace was too crazy. He actually wanted to kill everyone present. "Ku and Yu, you've gone too far." A voice rang out from the entrance to the world of immortals. Afterwards, an old man appeared in outer space. Going too far? Don't tell me that our divine son has died in vain?" Ku and Yu stared at the old man and said coldly, "Then you should be looking for the culprit instead of killing the innocent." The old man was emotionless. He only stared at Ku and Yu as a powerful presence erupted from his body. "Qishao, are you trying to become enemies with my chaotic battle god palace?" A black-robed, middle-aged man behind Ku and Yu stared at the old man. There are quite a few people from my Pingtian Divine Empire here as well. Do you want to kill them all? Quite a few disciples from the other heaven sects have come as well. Do you want to become enemies with the entire world?" The old man called Qishao did not back down. Ku and Yu's attack earlier had killed several dozen experts, including 2 princes of the Pingtian Divine Empire. Qishao was an ancestor of the Pingtian Divine Empire. He was extremely powerful, and he was not necessarily weaker than the ancient war god, Ku and Yu. At this moment, a group of people charged over and directly arrived behind Qishao. Every single one of them radiated with extremely powerful presences. Although they were not supreme exalts, they were not far away. "Pingtian Divine Empire, if you want to start a war, I'll keep you company." Ku and Yu roared out furiously. The 2 formations faced off against each other. At this moment, Gu Ling retreated to one side. Even though the laws of the immortal estate had greatly weakened his presence, he was still unable to move. Rumble. Just as these 2 supreme experts were facing off against each other, an incomparably shocking voice rang out from the depths of the immortal estate world, causing the entire immortal estate world to become unstable. What's going on? Has a supreme Dao artifact appeared? Everyone charged towards the depths of the immortal estate as soon as possible. That was a supreme Tao artifact. Even if they did not have the right to fight over it, there were countless other treasures in the immortal estate aside from the supreme treasures. While the supreme existences fought over the supreme treasures, the quasi-sovereigns would have the opportunity to obtain other treasures and fortuitous encounters. Search. Even if we have to dig a meter into the ground, we have to find the culprit. Kuan Yu directly ordered the people he had brought with him. Yes, ancestor. The other experts of the chaotic battle god palace accepted the order in a hurry before dispersing and disappearing from the immortal estate. At the same time, he rose into the air and charged towards the depths of the immortal estate. The ancestor of the Pingtian divine empire could not sit still any longer. He directly turned into a streak of light and chased after Kuan Yu. Gu Ling, Little Fatty, Qin Yao, and so on did not fight over any fortuitous encounters. Instead, they lingered around the entrance to the immortal estate. Chapter 44-52. On the outskirts of the chaos rift between the heaven realm and the primal beginning realm, a mysterious divine abode had appeared, attracting countless cultivators. Countless divine sons and saintesses from the major sects and sects of the primal beginning realm, as well as the immortal dynasties and sacred grounds, had come to enter the divine abode world. For the geniuses of the primal beginning realm, the mysterious divine abode world was nothing more than a trial for them. Of course, the divine abode world wasn't a good place. If they weren't careful, they might lose their lives there. No one wanted to die, but this time, the countless forces of the primal beginning realm were dumbfounded. Many divine sons and saintesses had died in the divine abode world. This shocked everyone to the extreme. There was a big problem with the trial this time. A powerful being from the lower realm could actually kill the divine sons of the primal beginning realm. This made countless cultivators of the primal beginning realm unable to believe it. Everyone knew that the trial grounds were dangerous. Every time the countless divine sons and saintesses of the grand beginning realm entered the chaos immortal abode for trials, there would be people who died inside. Without going through trials, one wouldn't become a true cultivator. The world of cultivation was a cruel world where the strong were respected. Only by breaking through all kinds of difficulties and obstacles could one become an existence that could look down on all others. Of course, some people died in the process. This was inevitable, because not everyone could become a true cultivator. It wasn't that the divine sons cultivated by the major forces of the primal beginning realm weren't strong, but that there were people who were stronger than them. At this time, an ancient palace rose from the depths of the divine abode world. The entire ancient palace emitted endless divine light, instantly illuminating half of the divine abode world. The divine abode world was simply too big. It was simply a complete world. Since ancient times, even the most ancient existence of the primal beginning realm couldn't clearly explain the origin of this divine abode world. They only knew that this divine abode world would appear every once in a while. Once it appeared, it would cause a stir in all directions, and countless forces of the entire primal beginning realm would flock there. There were great opportunities and great fortunes in the divine abode world. Legend had it that there was even a supreme inheritance in that world. If one could obtain that inheritance, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Becoming an extreme supreme being would be a piece of cake, and they might even be able to take a step beyond the extreme Tao. This was also the reason why the countless powers of the grand beginning realm had to send their most outstanding successors into the immortal mansion world. Even an extreme grade supremacy would not be able to sit still. In the primal beginning realm, there was a legend that the extreme Tao was not the end. However, there had never been an existence stronger than the extreme Tao. Rumble. The aura that erupted from the ancient palace was astonishing. It resonated with the entire world. Endless divine light of the great path rushed in from all directions. Something in the ancient palace seemed to be awakening. What is that? A figure appeared in the distant sky. Chaotic chi surged around him. At the same time, another figure appeared in another direction. An extremely powerful aura also erupted from his body, and 9 golden dragons danced around him. The imperial ancestor of the Pingtian divine empire, Qi Shao, had arrived. Old Devil Qi, you are fast. Chaotic chi surged, and the figure that looked like an ancient chaotic god sneered. Kuan-Yu, we'll settle our scores later. Qi Xiao said coldly. Humph. Do you want to calculate it now? Kuan-Yu said contemptuously. Qi Xiao was about to take action. Other people feared the chaotic war god palace, but he did not because he had the entire Pingtian Divine Empire behind him. The Pingtian Divine Empire was definitely no weaker than the chaotic war god palace. However, at this moment, both Qi Xiao and Kuan-Yu's expressions changed. They suddenly turned around and looked in the same direction. A figure appeared on the eastern horizon. The vision of a sovereign was definitely astonishing. When Qi Xiao and Kuan-Yu saw the person, they both looked at the spear in his hand. The sovereign's blood? Qi Xiao and Kuan-Yu were extremely shocked. The tip of the spear was actually covered with the sovereign's blood. The blood was extremely red, and it even gave off a powerful presence of the extreme grade supremacy. That was the sovereign's blood. The blood of a sovereign was extremely brutal and powerful. A single droplet could basically destroy the world. It needed to be sealed up with a powerful technique. This guy has actually killed a sovereign before? Even someone as powerful as the ancient battle god of the chaotic battle god palace, Kuan-Yu, had a grave expression on his face. After all, it wasn't easy to kill an extreme-grade sovereign. Once they failed to kill them, the consequences would be severe. Being targeted by extreme-grade supremacy would definitely be a disaster. Once a sovereign took revenge, even the chaotic war god palace would be in trouble. The person wielded a spear and walked over from afar step by step. The entire world seemed to shake with his footsteps. He was definitely a supreme expert. Jiutian. At this moment, a streak of light shot over from afar. There was a figure within the light. When the person saw the black-robed, middle-aged man, he could not help but become surprised. He immediately stopped. Who's Jiutian? I've never heard of him. Kuan-Yu frowned. Even Qi Xiao, the imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Divine Empire, became stern and doubtful. Jiutian was an unfamiliar name to them, but to the cultivators of the celestial world and human world, his name was like thunder to their ears. No one dared to underestimate him. At this moment, powerful figures appeared near the ancient hall one after another. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. The laws of the world resonated with them, as if they could collapse the surrounding space. With so many extreme-grade supremacy gathered together, the divine might of the extreme-grade supremacy spread out, shaking a small portion of the immortal estate. If it were not for the powerful protection of the world, it would have shattered long ago. As the extreme-grade supremacy gathered in the eastern region of the immortal estate, three powerful figures charged into the entrance of the immortal estate at the same time. Roar! The person in the lead roared at the sky. Terrifying ripples spread out, shaking the space violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. Boss, don't show your might first. What if you scare away those big fish? A black-robed man said hurriedly. That's right. We're here to catch big fish. Another white-robed young man with a huge bow on his back nodded. I couldn't help it. There's no power of heavenly punishment here. That's rather unexpected. The young man in the lead raised his head and gazed at the sky, his eyes twinkling with tiny streaks of starlight. Who's shouting here? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from up ahead. The three sovereigns looked in the direction of the voice. Who's so bold as to act so impudently in front of this sovereign? Get over here and die for this sovereign. The black-robed man's body trembled, and an extreme pressure immediately erupted from his body. He looked down on the world and all life. Who did you call over to die? At this moment, the person in front took a step forward, directly arriving in front of the three sovereigns. When the black-robed man saw this, he trembled and almost knelt down in fear. Chapter 44:53. Young Master? The three extreme Tao Supremes had just entered the immortal mansion world and were about to display their might and awe, but the appearance of a person almost scared them to their knees. Black Wind, how dare you? You actually want me to come and die? The white-robed lady crossed her arms and looked coldly at the black-robed man. Young Master, How could I dare to be impudent in front of you? The black-robed man hurriedly said. Although he was an extreme Tao supremacy, he didn't have any temper in front of this white-robed lady. This was because this white-robed lady was the daughter of their master, the young master. Apart from their master, the young master also controlled their life and death. Greetings, young master. The other two hurriedly bowed to the white-robed lady. Uncle Master. A fatty walked over from afar. When he saw this scene, his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. What was going on? Three extreme Tao supreme beings were actually being so respectful to this junior uncle of his. That black-robed fellow was so scared that his face turned pale. This was an extreme Tao supremacy. Greetings, Taoist Qin. At this moment, a purple-robed lady walked over from afar. Although this lady was masked, her extraordinary aura couldn't be concealed. This purple-robed lady was the princess of the Qin clan, Qin Yao. The little fatty was naturally Gu Fei's grand disciple, Gu Xiaofeng. Qin Yao had taken Yen as her master, so to a certain extent, she was also the young master of the Black Wind Supremacy and the others. However, Qin Yao wasn't the daughter of Gu Fei and Yen. Extreme Tao Supremes were all prideful people. When the Black Wind Supremacy and the others saw Qin Yao, they would only address her as fellow Taoist. Greetings, Taoist brothers. Qin Yao naturally didn't dare to slight them. Although she was the princess of the Qin clan, and her father was the founder of the Qin clan, the Yin Young Emperor, she wasn't a supremacy yet. She naturally didn't dare to be arrogant in front of these supremacies. At this moment, the three supremacies restrained their auras. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand it. Why did you guys only arrive now? Gu Ling said. Although she was not afraid of supremes, she could not do anything to them. She did not want to waste the undying God liquid on recovering her cultivation. That was the undying golden Buddha tree's divine elixir, a supreme treasure in itself. The undying matter within was also a great natural luck. The Star Beast Sovereign was a little hesitant. They should have arrived long ago, but they encountered powerful enemies along the way, and a battle ensued. Even though they managed to beat back those fellows, they were still delayed. All right, since we're here, let's go fight for it. At this time, a supreme aura surged out from the depths of the immortal mansion world, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. Even quasi-supreme experts chose to retreat. No one below the extreme Tao dared to approach a certain place in the eastern domain of the immortal estate world. Go! The star beast Venerable Beast's divine sense instantly spread out and enveloped a part of the world. It immediately discovered something strange in the depths of the world. There was actually a group of extreme Tao Supremes surrounding an ancient palace. The Taoist rhymes emanating from the ancient palace were very astonishing. Rays of divine light directly rushed out from the encirclement of the Supremes, illuminating the entire world. Even a group of Supremes could not completely suppress this ancient palace. This surprised the star beast Venerable Beast. He waved his sleeves and led everyone into the sky, directly disappearing into the void at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, he descended from the sky like a huge star, landing on a mountain near the ancient palace. The starlight dissipated, and the figures of Gu Ling and the others appeared. The group of Supremes was shocked and hurriedly looked towards the mountain. When Di Jiutian saw the star beast Venerable Beast, Gu Ling, and the others, he could not help but feel a little surprised. Weren't the star beast Venerable Beast and the other two fellows with Master? What had come here? Could it be that even Master had come here? In this world, there were probably not many people who could make Gu Fei worry. The appearance of Gu Ling immediately caused the three Supremes to retreat. Even when Di Jiutian appeared, the three Supremes did not have the slightest intention of retreating. However, once Gu Ling appeared, the three Supremes from the heavenly realm and the human realm immediately retreated. Although the power of heavenly punishment in the heavenly realm and the human realm had been strengthened by Gu Fei, there were still many Supremes in the heavenly realm and the human realm who had sealed their cultivation and escaped that calamity. After coming to the immortal mansion world, these extreme Tao Supremes no longer had to hide their cultivation. They directly unsealed their cultivation and recovered their extreme Tao cultivation. However, Gu Fei was a taboo existence in the heavenly realm and the human realm. In this world, no one dared to provoke him, especially those with large families. Regardless of whether it was the incomparably ancient forces of the ancient antiquity, the emperor clans, or the extreme royal families, no one was willing to offend Gu Fei. And Gu Ling was Gu Fei's most beloved daughter. Last time, Gu Fei had gone on a killing spree on the primordial ancestral planet for his daughter. The three extreme Tao Supremes all came from ancient cultivation forces. These Supremes all had a super force behind them. If they were Supremes who were alone and had no worries, they could do whatever they wanted and not be afraid of offending anyone. However, the Supremes with powerful families could not. There were also many Supremes who retreated to a distance and continued to observe. This ancient palace was really extraordinary. Even the Supremes could not suppress it. Its aura was earth-shattering, and it forcibly opened up a part of the world under the pressure of the Supremes. This palace, Gu Ling was very shocked. She had been in the world for so many years, but she had never seen such a shocking scene. There were at least 11 Supremes present, and even 11 Supremes could not suppress this ancient palace. This was really terrifying. Moreover, among these 11 Supremes, there were at least 2 supremacies. Dijiotian was a supremacy from the heaven realm, and the Star Beast supremacy was a supremacy from the ancestral realm. Both of them were extremely powerful and ruthless people who killed other Supremes as if they were chickens. There must be something heaven-defying inside. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. If not for the Star Beast supremacy protecting him, his body and soul would have long been destroyed. Even a quasi-supremacy would not be able to withstand the extreme Tao Divine aura, let alone the aura that erupted from so many Supremes. Let me destroy this palace and see what's inside. The ancient god of war from the chaotic god of war palace had a fiery temper. When he saw that no one was making a move, he immediately jumped out. Swoosh! A huge hammer rushed out of his body and was grabbed by him. He then exerted all his strength and smashed it towards the ancient palace in front of him. Boom! The huge hammer that emitted endless chaotic electric light hit the ancient palace. In the next moment, a circle of transparent ripples spread in all directions. In the next moment, the hammer was directly repelled, and the ancient war ancestor of the chaotic god of war, Kuan-Yu, was directly knocked away along with his hammer. Kuan-Yu roared out furiously. He gripped the hammer desperately with both hands, and he did not even notice the blood dripping from his hands. What? All the Supremes were surprised when they saw this. In particular, the imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Empire, Qi Shao, widened his eyes. He knew Kuan-Yu's cultivation and battle prowess. Even if he fought against Kuan-Yu, they would only be evenly matched. It would be very difficult to say who would emerge victorious. Kuan-Yu had actually been directly knocked away. The defenses of the palace were just too powerful. Even Dijiotian and the Star Beast supremacy were stern. Chapter 44-54. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the monster clan, the demonic aura had been surging for more than a month. Countless monsters in the ancestral grounds of the monster clan were trembling in fear of the demonic aura erupting. One had to know that once the demonic aura was condensed to the extreme, the entire ancestral grounds of the monster clan would be finished. Even a sage-level monster saint would be in trouble if they were to come into contact with the demonic aura. Not to mention the monsters below the sage level. I wonder how long the one inside is going to stay in seclusion. Outside the area enveloped by Devil Chi, on top of a mountain stood 2 demon race, ancestor-level demon, ancestor-level existences. The 2 of them were very strong. They were both quasi-supreme level existences. Only quasi-supreme level demon clan experts could become demon ancestors. The title of demon ancestor was not something that just anyone could use. The more capable one was, the more one could do. Who would dare to call themselves monster patriarchs if they weren't capable enough? The demonic aura is too terrifying. The other monster patriarch stared at the surging demonic aura with a hint of fear in his eyes. Even quasi-sovereigns would find it difficult to refine such pure demonic aura. However, the existence in the center of the demonic aura was constantly devouring and refining the extremely pure demonic aura. This shocked everyone to the extreme. Is there still no news from the Monster Lord? That place isn't a good place. The two monster patriarchs whispered to each other. They actually wanted to try their luck in the Chaos Rift and see if they could obtain a great opportunity. However, the demon race's ancestral land could not be without a quasi-supreme demon ancestor guarding it. Old Turtle led the other demon ancestors into the Chaos Rift, but they were unlucky enough to draw a lot to guard the ancestral land, so they could only stay and guard the demon race's ancestral land. Moreover, there was a great god in seclusion in the monster clan ancestral grounds. Rumble. At that moment, the demonic aura in front of them surged violently. Then, the ink-like demonic aura receded like a receding tide. In just a few breaths' time, the demonic aura that shrouded the area had completely disappeared. The two demon progenitors stared at the figure on the top of the mountain in front of them with their mouths agape. Such a vast amount of demonic chi was actually devoured by that person in one gulp. Furthermore, that person did not seem to be satisfied. The man opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing a fist-sized ball that was floating in the air. Boom! In the next moment, all 108,000 pores on that person's body spewed out demonic energy. Even the extremely pure demonic energy contained impurities. The devil chi that gushed out of that person's body was devil chi that contained a large amount of impurities. The two monster ancestors in the distance were taken aback when they saw the demonic aura erupting from the man. At that moment, that person stretched out his right hand. The demonic energy that erupted from his body gathered in his right hand, and he grabbed it. A ball of fire appeared in his hand, and he directly refined the large amount of impurities in the devil chi. At the same time, a powerful aura burst forth from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if it could not withstand his powerful body. The two martial progenitors were taken aback, but they quickly regained their senses and rushed toward the figure on the mountain top. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Master." The two monster ancestors respectfully bowed toward the man. The man slowly turned around and smiled at the two monster ancestors. Following this, the powerful aura that struck fear into the monster ancestors' hearts instantly disappeared. Unfathomable. The two monster ancestors were utterly shocked. "Where's the old tortoise?" said the man. Master Demon has gone to the Chaos Rift." One of the monster ancestors said respectfully. "The Chaos Rift?" The man was startled. He raised his head and stared into the depths of the Chaos Rift as if his gaze could penetrate the boundless space. "Interesting." The man smiled, and in the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Even the two quasi-supreme level martial ancestors were unable to see how that person disappeared. "This Master Gu's cultivation, I can't see through him. He's unfathomable indeed." The two monster ancestors were astounded. The news of Gu Fei leaving the monster ancestors' ancestral ground had been sealed off by the monster race. No one knew that Gu Fei was no longer in the monster race's ancestral ground. One should know that Gu Fei was a ruthless man of his generation. Even the ancient demon Xian Huang was no match for him and was captured. His existence itself was a deterrent. If people knew that Gu Fei was no longer in the monster race's ancestral ground, the monster race's ancestral ground would most likely be attacked by the primordial evil remnants or the heavenly demon descendants. The primordial evil remnants and the heavenly demon descendants were the old tortoise's mortal enemies. The two factions would never let go of an opportunity like this. With Gu Fei in the monster race's ancestral ground, all factions would be wary of him. Even the primordial evil remnants and the heavenly demon descendants would not act recklessly. Boom! The periphery of the Chaos Rift suddenly shook. A figure directly rushed into the Chaos Rift like a meteor, streaking across the void and disappearing into the Chaos Rift. Who's that? How dare he ignore the Chaos Chi and fly through the Chaos Rift? Some of the nearby cultivators were startled. Within the Chaos Rift, the laws of heaven and earth were chaotic, and there was even Chaos Chi lingering around. Even saints did not dare to fly recklessly in the Chaos Rift, but now, that mysterious person dared to do so. "Is it a quasi-supreme?" someone exclaimed. At this time, countless experts had gathered in front of the huge immortal abode within the Chaos Rift. The immortal abode was shrouded in a layer of chaos chi. If one wanted to enter the immortal abode, they would first have to break through the chaos chi. Not everyone had the ability to break through the layer of chaos chi. Those who lacked the ability naturally could not break through, but some people did not give up and wanted to take the risk. Then, many people died in the layer of chaos chi outside the immortal abode. Of course, the immortal abode contains supreme inheritances and great opportunities, so it was worth the risk. However, not everyone could obtain great opportunities and great opportunities. Look, another person has successfully broken through. At this time, on a flying ship, a white-robed girl suddenly exclaimed. Beside the white-robed girl stood a few young people. These people all wore the same style of clothes, so they were obviously disciples of the same force. Apart from the young people on the flying ship, there was also an old man with a walking stick. This old man's hair and beard were all white, even his eyebrows were white. Moreover, this old man's eyebrows were very long, so long that they reached his chest. Yes, that is the divine son of the mysterious heavenly God abode in the heaven realm. His cultivation has also reached the peak of the holy venerate and is about to enter the quasi-supreme realm, the old man said. What? That person is the divine son of the mysterious heavenly God abode. Huatian? Someone on the flying ship exclaimed. Huatian was the current divine son nurtured by the mysterious heavenly God abode. However, this divine son was much weaker than the divine sons from the primordial realm. He needed an opportunity to break through his current cultivation level. Chapter 44-55. The chaotic energy blocked countless geniuses. Whether they were from the heaven realm, the human realm, or the ancestral realm, as long as their cultivation wasn't high enough and they didn't have a quasi-supreme Tao artifact to protect themselves, they wouldn't be able to break through. Moreover, even if they had quasi-supreme Tao artifacts to protect themselves, they wouldn't necessarily be safe. Even the geniuses from the primordial realm were blocked by the chaotic energy outside the immortal mansion. Countless experts from the four great realms were watching from the vicinity of the immortal mansion. Some directly sent messages to their ancestral lands, asking their sects to use their supreme treasures, and some directly invited quasi-supreme existences to bring them into the immortal mansion. The 8 immortals each displayed their own abilities, all for the sake of passing through that layer of chaotic chi and entering the immortal mansion world to seize great opportunities and great fortune. After that, they would soar into the heavens and become super experts that could look down on the common people and the 9 heavens. At this time, on an inconspicuous flying boat, several young people were listening to the teachings of their seniors. The divine child of the heavenly mystery god estate has entered. The white-robed girl on the flying boat was extremely envious. At this time, the news that the inside of the immortal mansion was a separate world had long been spread by people who had come out of the immortal mansion. Entering the immortal mansion world might allow one to obtain unimaginable fortunes. This was a fatal temptation to every single cultivator. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who clearly knew that they couldn't do it, yet still took the risk and gave it a try. In the end, they suffered the tragic fate of having their bodies and souls destroyed. There's no point in being envious. Today, I'm just bringing you little fellows here to broaden your horizons. The old man sighed. With his cultivation, he couldn't protect these little fellows as they entered the immortal mansion world. The Sky Mist sect was only a lower middle sect in the heaven realm. Even the sect leader of the Sky Mist sect was only at the peak of the holy venerate level. Moreover, the Sky Mist sect was under the command of the heaven realm's demon race. Sigh. The few young people on the flying boat were very helpless and disappointed. At this time, a few more people tried to break through the chaotic energy outside the immortal mansion. However, although they were very strong, and one of them was even a low-level holy venerate, they were still torn to pieces by the chaotic energy. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone who witnessed this scene knew that it was impossible to pass through this layer of primal chi without a quasi-supreme being cultivation or a quasi-supreme being Tao artifact to protect oneself. Boom. At this moment, a streak of blade light split the chaos apart, directly splitting open a 1,000-meter-long crack in the layer of chaotic aura. At the same time, a black-robed young man with a divine blade in his hand strode over from afar. Step by step, he followed the passageway and passed through the chaotic aura, arriving outside the door of the divine abode. Splitting the chaotic chi with a single slash? When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. This person was too ferocious. It was just one saber strike, and that was the primal chaos chi that even a holy venerate could not break through. A chance. The cultivators near the passageway that had been split open immediately rushed towards it. Very quickly, there were actually dozens of saints who were above the saint level who followed the passageway and rushed through the layer of primal chaos energy, arriving in front of the gate of the immortal estate. Even some mighty figures who had sacred artifacts to protect themselves were able to break through. However, very quickly, the path that was split open disappeared. The chaotic energy obliterated that path, causing the cultivators who didn't make it in time to beat their chests and stamp their feet. Who was that? That saber-wielding quasi-supreme? On the flying ship, the old man from the sky mist sect frowned. The black-robed young man's cultivation level was very high, and even he couldn't see through the black-robed young man's cultivation level. The black-robed young man directly walked through the immortal door and entered the world of the immortal estate. The group of cultivators behind him also surged forward, all of them rushing in. I only hesitated for a moment. A great opportunity, but I'm not fated to have it. A cultivator's face was covered in tears, regretting that he had been a step too slow. At this moment, a streak of divine light shot over from afar like a meteor. Everywhere it passed, the chaotic aura that pervaded the chaotic rift was swept away. Who was that? That streak of divine light was simply too eye-catching, and all the cultivators were alarmed. Under everyone's gaze, that streak of divine light directly arrived in front of the chaotic aura outside the immortal estate. As soon as that person stopped, the ball of divine light that enveloped him disappeared. That wasn't a protective divine light, but a brilliance formed from the friction between his physical body and the surrounding air. The old man on the sky mist sect's flying ship was extremely shocked. What? Hearing the old man's words, the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. This guy actually didn't use divine light to protect himself while flying through the chaotic rift? This person's physical body was too powerful. However, the moment some people saw the person's face clearly, they almost knelt down in fright. Why is he here too? F***CK. Now that he's here, who would dare to fight him for the great opportunity and the great opportunity? Sigh. There's nothing for us to do now. All the cultivators who recognized that person immediately thought of hiding as far away as they could. Gufei? In the distant sky, a dignified old man dressed in embroidered robes stared at the figure, his expression extremely grim. Gufei suddenly turned around and looked in the old man's direction. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was less than 3 meters away from the old man. What? The old man in embroidered robes was truly shocked. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. You dare to have killing intent towards me? Gufei looked at the panicking old man in embroidered robes coldly. You. What are you doing? I'm from the ancestral realm's heavenly clan. The old man's voice began to tremble. Just now, he only had a trace of killing intent towards Gufei, but it was actually detected by Gufei. This fellow was too terrifying. Gufei said nothing more. With a slap, he turned the old man into a mist of blood. Even his primordial spirit dispersed in the air. That was a quasi-supreme martial artist. He was killed with a single slap? Just how powerful is this Gufei? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The battle power displayed by Gufei was simply too powerful. He killed a quasi-supreme martial artist with a single slap. That was a quasi-supreme martial artist, not an ordinary existence. What? You want to die too? Gufei looked towards a warship in the distance. On the bow of the warship stood several incomparably powerful existences. They were all people from the ancestral realm's heavenly clan. Seeing Gufei kill the old man with a single slap, those people were both shocked and furious. They glared at Gu Fei furiously, yet did not dare to do anything. "Greetings, Lord Gu. Elder Tianlong was disrespectful to you. He deserved to die. We do not dare to show any dissatisfaction," said the leading elder on the warship. The heavenly clansmen on the warship had no choice but to lower their heads to Gu Fei. If they did not, they would die. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to them. In his eyes, they were nothing more than ants. Killing them or not was meaningless. He turned around and took a step forward. Once again, he arrived before the layer of chaotic aura outside the immortal palace. Not bad. This is the technique of an utmost exalted. As Gu Fei spoke, he opened his mouth and sucked. The layer of chaotic aura was sucked in by him and was being devoured by him. This? Chapter 44-56. Outside the Holy Realm Mansion on the periphery of the Chaos Rift, Gu Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion. Everyone who saw this was shocked to the extreme. That was not ordinary primordial qi. It was a defensive measure set up by a supreme existence, and the primordial qi was blessed with great power. Even ordinary primordial qi was not easy to refine, let alone this kind of primordial qi that had been blessed with some kind of power. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the primordial qi. Among the primordial qi that converged toward him, ancient Tao patterns appeared one after another and then disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded for the first time. This Gu Fei is simply a madman. Gu Fei's crazy move was unbelievable. But soon, everyone was shocked again. The layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion gradually thinned, and Gu Fei kept swallowing it. This. All the cultivators who were blocked by the layer of primordial qi outside the Holy Realm Mansion were surprised, happy, and excited. If Gu Fei broke through the layer of primordial qi, wouldn't everyone be able to enter the world of the Holy Realm Mansion? Gu Fei had no intention of stopping. As he continued to swallow the primordial qi, the ancient Tao patterns continued to collapse. Soon, the layer of primordial qi that enveloped the whole Holy Realm Mansion was completely swallowed by Gu Fei and disappeared completely. This made all the cultivators who witnessed this scene dumbfounded. How is this possible? On the flying boat of the Sky Mist sect, the long-eyebrowed old man murmured, his voice trembling. Holy Realm Mansion? Gu Fei used the eternal true eyes to look at the Holy Realm Mansion in front of him, and he saw a shocking scene. The whole Holy Realm Mansion was densely covered with incomparably ancient Tao patterns. No one knew how many years this Tao pattern had existed, but it had not been eroded by the ruthless passage of time. It was still very terrifying. Gu Fei estimated that even an existence at the peak of the Master Realm would not be able to shake this immortal mansion. At least an existence at the half-step eternal realm could threaten this immortal mansion. The qi of heaven and earth emanated from the gate of the immortal abode. Beyond the gate was a world of its own. Great opportunity? Great fortune? Gu Fei looked at the opened immortal gate in front of him. His lips curled into a disdainful smile. Everyone thought that he would enter the immortal mansion world, but in the next instant, a large hand directly reached out from the depths of the primal chaos rift, grabbing towards Gu Fei. The giant hand seemed to have grabbed out casually, but the void around Gu Fei was instantly locked up. It actually grabbed Gu Fei, along with the void around Gu Fei. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that there would be a big guy hiding in the depths of the primal chaos rift, and even dared to attack Gu Fei. That was Gu Fei, an existence even more ferocious than the ancient great omen Xianhuang. Who in the heaven realm or the mortal realm would dare to attack him? The one who attacked him was naturally not from the heaven realm or the mortal realm, nor was it even from the ancestral realm. Rumble. The world shook. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, Gu Fei was directly grabbed by the giant hand into the depths of the primal chaos rift and disappeared. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. That was Gu Fei, who could even suppress the ancient great omen Xianhuang. How could he be taken away just like that? He did not resist at all? This was too unbelievable. Haha, this Gu Fei also has such a day. Those who had enmity with Gu Fei naturally rejoiced in his misfortune. They could not wait for someone to take care of Gu Fei. As for those who were on good terms with Gu Fei, their expressions were grave. This was a heaven-piercing matter. If Gu Fei was really killed, the heaven realm and the mortal realm would most likely be thrown into chaos. Even the ancestral realm would be in an uproar. One had to know that the power that Gu Fei had left in the ancestral realm could not be underestimated. Everyone could not wake up from their shock for a long time. Someone suddenly roared like a madman, waking everyone up with a start. Then, the vicinity of the immortal's abode immediately burst into an uproar. The primal chaos has disappeared? What are we waiting for? Charge. Haha, I didn't think that we could enter the immortal abode world. Great fortune, great opportunity. I'm coming. Countless cultivators madly rushed towards the gate of the immortal abode. The gate was very big. Even if countless cultivators swarmed in, it did not seem crowded. Elder, let's go as well. On the Sky Mist sect's flying vessel, several young disciples were extremely excited. Originally, they had just come to join in the fun and broaden their horizons. But who would have thought that Gu Fei would suddenly appear and devour the layer of primal chaos aura that enveloped the entire immortal abode? Let's watch first. The long-browed elder's expression was extremely grave. The dangers of the immortal abode world were no joke. Moreover, with so many people entering the immortal abode world, those who did not have a strong enough cultivation base would only attract a fatal disaster, even if they obtained the fortune. It was useless for the young people on the flying vessel to be anxious. Scram! Just at this moment, an angry roar came from within the immortal abode. Then, countless people flew out from within the immortal abode. Some of them directly exploded into clouds of blood mist, dying in body and soul. An extremely powerful ripple of power surged out from within the immortal abode. A great battle had erupted within the immortal abode. People were constantly being killed. Even saints were injured and had to retreat, to say nothing of those cultivators below the saint level. The immortal abode was in chaos, and a thick stench of blood pervaded the air. The young disciples on the Sky Mist sect's flying vessel were all stunned by this bloody scene. Was this the cruel side of the cultivation world? For the sake of natural treasures and top-notch legacies, countless people had gone mad. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously. Those were the ripples of power between saints. Powerful saints were battling within the immortal abode, and all cultivators below the saint level had become cannon fodder. The battle between saints was incomparably bitter. Soon, news spread that several saints who had obtained fortune in the immortal abode world were about to leave, but they were intercepted by others, and a great battle erupted. And then, those who had just charged into the immortal abode were unlucky. They were caught up in the shockwaves of the great battle, and countless were killed or injured. The long-browed elder of the Sky Mist sect rejoiced incomparably. It was precisely because of his hesitation that he had saved the lives of the Sky Mist sect disciples on the flying vessel. The great battle between saints continued for several hours. In the end, a saint charged out from the immortal abode world. However, this person's entire body was covered in bloodstains. Clearly, his injuries were not light. Old Monster Zhou, oldly, Zhao Feiyu, will remember this. That saint roared madly as he charged out of the primal chaos rift, intending to return to the celestial realm. What? When the experts near the immortal abode world heard Zhao Feiyu's words, they were all indescribably shocked. Could it be that the saints of the primordial Zhou clan and the primordial Li clan had teamed up against the saint of the primordial Zhao clan? The information that the saint who had escaped had revealed was simply too shocking. If this was true, wouldn't it ignite the conflict between the various primordial clans? If that was the case, the celestial realm and the mortal realm would both fall into complete chaos. If a war broke out between the primordial clans, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and unimaginable destruction would result. One had to know that these primordial clans were likely to have extreme Daos overseeing them, and all of them possessed incomparably deep resources. Boom! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and punched out. The violent fist energy was as ferocious as the explosion of a divine sun, and it directly intercepted Zhao Feiyu. Zhao Feiyu, hand over that item, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Two powerful figures charged out of the immortal abode world, pressing towards Zhao Feiyu. Go to hell, all of you. Zhao Feiyu immediately retreated, dodging the incoming punch. At the same time, he crushed a Dao talisman in his hand. The moment Zhao Feiyu crushed the Dao talisman, a wild roar came from the Zhao family's ancestral grounds in the celestial realm. In the next moment, a powerful figure charged out of the ancestral grounds of the Zhao family in the celestial realm. With a single step, he charged towards the area where the primal chaos rift was located. Following that, another 3 experts charged out of the Zhao family's ancestral grounds in the celestial realm and entered the primal chaos rift. The moment Zhao Feiyu crushed the Dao talisman, the expressions of the 3 saints who were surrounding him changed drastically. End this quickly. The 3 saints immediately attacked Zhao Feiyu with all their might. Zhao Feiyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so how could he possibly withstand the combined attacks of 3 saints? He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. A bloody hole had appeared in his body. If it weren't for the fact that he had used a death substitution Dao talisman in this critical moment of life and death, he would have long since been blasted to smithereens by these 3 despicable and shameless fellows. However, he had already used up all of his death substitution Dao talismans. If he was killed again, then he would truly be dead. You despicable, shameless scum. Zhao Feiyu's eyes were bloodshot. They had narrowly escaped death and obtained an item from a restricted area in the immortal abode world. They had wanted to immediately leave the immortal abode world and return that item to the ancestral grounds. However, they had never imagined that news of Zhao Feiyu and the others obtaining the item would be leaked, causing the saints of the Zhou and Li families to join forces and ambush them near the immortal abode world. The other 2 saints of the Zhao family were caught off guard and killed. Only Zhao Tianyu, who had the highest level of cultivation and the strongest battle prowess, managed to escape. Die. What responded to Zhao Tianyu was a fist that exploded with terrifying power. This was the Zhou family's Big Dipper heaven-shattering fist. The violent power of the stars surged out of the Zhou family's saint's fist, shaking the heavens and the earth. The other saint of the Zhou family even took out a quasi-supreme Dao treasure. It was a blood-red divine saber. The divine saber transformed into a streak of bloody light that shot towards Zhao Tianyu. The Li family's saint also used his trump card, releasing extremely tiny flying needles. This type of Dao treasure was impossible to defend against. Once one was hit, it would be too late. Roar. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Chapter 44-57. Zhao Tianyu of the Heavenly Realms Zhao clan was besieged by the 3 saints of the Zhou clan and the Li clan. In his despair, he self-destructed, wanting to drag the 3 saints down with him. If he risked his life to recoup his losses, if he killed 2, he would have made a profit. If he killed all 3, he would have made a huge profit. Zhao Tianyu, you lunatic. The saint of the Zhou clan only had time to roar before he crumbled under the terrifying destructive power. His body and soul were both destroyed. He did not have a death substitution talisman on him, so he had no chance of rebirth. Roar. The other saint of the Zhou clan roared as he activated his protective talisman. More than 10 beams of divine light surged from his body, protecting him. However, those 10 beams of divine light did not even last for a breath's time. They were instantly destroyed by the mighty destructive power. In the next moment, half of his body was obliterated, and his flesh was a mess. Just as the saint of the Zhou clan was about to die, a beam of divine light surged from his body. The half of his body that had been obliterated actually reassembled and recovered. However, in the next moment, his physical body crumbled again, and even his soul was almost obliterated. However, at the crucial moment, another beam of divine light flashed. Under the cover of the divine light, the saint of the Zhou clan was reborn once again. However, he still died in the end. This fellow had died 7 times. In the end, after the death substitution talisman was used up, He really died. The other saint of the Li clan was also in a miserable state. He escaped the fastest, but in the end, he did not escape from the range of Zhao Tianyu's self-destruction. He was enveloped by the explosive destructive power. In the next moment, the saint of the Li clan was blasted into a bloody mist. However, within the bloody mist, a ball of divine light lit up. Under the illumination of the divine light, the bloody mist rapidly condensed, and the saint of the Li clan reassembled his physical body. He also had a death substitution talisman on him, but he only had one. It would be gone once he used it. However, the saint of the Li clan immediately used his quasi-supreme talisman. It was a shining silver ring. The moment the silver ring appeared, it immediately dispersed the surrounding destructive power. Rumble. The saint of the Li clan controlled the silver ring and instantly charged hundreds of thousands of miles away. Damn it, Li Jingtian. How dare you kill our saint and steal our treasure? You deserve to die. At this moment, a furious roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a middle-aged man with towering anger rushed over. Terrifying energy waves erupted from this middle-aged man, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Zhao Yi, the Li family's saint, Li Jingtian, was shocked when he saw who it was. This was Zhao Yi, an elder of the heavenly realm's Zhao family. However, Zhao Yi didn't come from the Zhao clan of the heaven realm. Instead, he came from the primordial Zhao clan of the human realm. The primordial Zhao clan's foundation was extremely deep. Zhao Yi was a reclusive expert of the desolate era's Zhao family. His cultivation base was at the early stages of the quasi-supreme realm, which allowed him to become the heaven realm's Zhao family's grand elder and the family head. Although the heavenly realm had been invaded by the extreme mysterious realm and suffered heavy losses, some of the leaders of the sects had fallen. The heavenly realm was not as powerful as the extreme mysterious realm. On the other hand, the Zhao clan did not suffer any losses. The clan head was still Zhao Tianxiang, and the two supreme elders were overseeing things. These three powerful beings were all quasi-supremes, and were basically invincible as long as they did not come out of the extreme Tao. Run! The Li family's saint immediately turned around and fled. Still trying to escape? Zhao Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed at the Li family's saint. In an instant, the void around the Li family's saint was enveloped. At the same time, he waved his left hand and an item flew back from afar, landing in his hand. Roar! The Li family's saint desperately activated the silver bracelet. The silver bracelet erupted with quasi-supreme level power and blocked Zhao Yi's huge hand. It's just a small quasi-supreme Tao artifact. Even if a quasi-supreme level expert came personally, he wouldn't be able to save you. Zhao Yi exerted force, and the silver bracelet immediately shattered. The Li family's saint was immediately grabbed and turned into a bloody mist. Even the death substitution talisman was not enough. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. At this time, countless experts in the heavenly realm were watching the live broadcast through the mysterious divine talisman established by the mysterious divine estate on the mysterious divine platform. Zhao Yi, how dare you kill the Li family's saint? Even if you are the Zhao family's grand elder, you must die. The Li family head stared at the screen in front of him and gritted his teeth. Family head, I'll go kill this Zhao Yi. Behind the Li family head, a middle-aged quasi-supreme dressed in battle armor said angrily, Go then. Let them know that our Li family is not so easily bullied. The Li family head nodded as he spoke. How did the Zhao family and the Li family get into a conflict? Heh, aren't you guys watching the live broadcast? The Li family and the Zhou family's saints seem to have set up an ambush in the immortal mansion world, wanting to kill the Zhao family's saint, Zhao Tianyu. In the end, Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to self-detonate. Wow, no way. I just haven't been on the mysterious divine platform for half a day. What kind of earth-shattering event has happened? Humph. Ignorant and ill-informed. Someone said smugly. At this time, outside the immortal mansion world, after killing the Li family's saint, Zhao Yi's anger had not yet subsided. He attacked and killed all of the Li family disciples nearby with a single slap. Only after exterminating the Li family clansmen near the immortal mansion world did Zhao Yi's anger subside significantly. Although Zhao Yi is the Zhao family's grand elder, he still wantonly slaughtered the Li family's disciples. This will definitely enrage the Li family. On the Fecta platform, everyone who saw this through the livestream was shocked beyond belief. The Heaven Domain's Li clan was not a weak clan. Although the Heaven Domain's Zhao clan dominated the northern region of the Heaven Domain, the Li clan was also a colossus. One must know that the Human Realms Li clan from the primordial world and the Heaven Realms Li clan came from the same source. Ever since the path of heaven was opened between the Heaven Realm and the Human Realm, the clans of the ancients in the Human Realm had to regain control of the forces they had left in the Heaven Realm. However, after countless years of development, the forces of the clan of the ancients that remained in the Heaven Realm had become even more powerful. They had even produced quasi-supremes. The Heaven Realms Li clan also returned to the Human Realms Li clan and became a branch of the Desolate Li clan. Countless years ago, they were originally a branch of the Desolate Li clan. Back then, the human realm was in chaos and the path of heaven was severed. The ancient powers in the Heaven Realm experienced a long period of darkness and many powers from the human realm disappeared. However, a force that could survive for so long was not simple. Seems like the Heaven Realm is going to be chaotic again. Someone left a message on the Tianji platform. Hee, as long as that person exists in the Heaven Realm, there will be no chaos. Someone said disapprovingly. You mean, everyone suddenly fell silent, not daring to continue talking. Zhao Yi's massacre near the Immortal Abode had completely angered the Heaven Realms Li clan. Countless people were watching the show. If the Zhao clan and the Li clan fought, it would be interesting. While everyone was watching the show, in the depths of the Chaos Rift, near the primordial world, two powerful figures were confronting each other. An extremely powerful aura erupted from the two of them, dispersing the chaotic energy in the surroundings. Extreme Supremes? A warship directly rushed into the Chaos Chi. Soon, the experts on the warship were indescribably shocked. The Extreme Supreme's aura coming from the Chaos Chi shocked the experts on the warship. Go around. The Extreme Divine Formation on the warship was activated, and a ball of divine light enveloped the entire warship. The leader immediately gave the order to go around. Your Highness, it's rare to see an Extreme Supremes battle. Why don't we stay and watch? On the bow of the warship, a youth in embroidered clothes stood with his hands behind his back, surrounded by divine light. Behind him stood many experts. A white-robed youth behind the saint looked in the direction of the Extreme Supreme's aura. Yes, the saint nodded. The cultivators on the warship were overjoyed. How dare you attack me, Gu Fei? You must be tired of living. In the Chaos Chi, a blurry figure suddenly erupted with powerful energy waves, shaking the entire Chaos Rift. This person was Gu Fei. His cultivation had actually broken through to the Extreme Supreme's realm. You're the only one at the Extreme Supremes? The person on the other side was very disdainful. Kill. Not in the mood to talk nonsense with this guy, Gu Fei threw a punch at the guy on the other side. Rumble. The punch shook the world. Although Gu Fei's punch looked simple, it made the mysterious person feel that it was difficult to dodge. Boom. The mysterious person was directly blasted away, smashing into a small mountain behind him. Humph. The Supremes of the primordial world are so weak, they can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei shook his head. What did you say? The mysterious person was instantly enraged and directly rushed over from afar. 9 rays of sword light rushed out of his body and slashed wildly at Gu Fei. The mysterious person had once taken action and dragged Gu Fei into the depths of the Chaos Chi, but Gu Fei was not a weakling, so he directly broke free from the mysterious person's control. Return. Gu Fei stretched out his hands, and the 9 rays of sword light were immediately drawn to his body and circled around him. What? The mysterious person was shocked to see this scene. The sword light he had shot out was actually easily controlled by the other party. How was this possible? Here you go. Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the 9 rays of sword light around him immediately erupted with even more powerful sword light, directly piercing towards the mysterious person opposite him. Damn it! The mysterious person immediately retreated. No one knew the power of the 9 rays of sword light better than him. If he was hit, even a Supreme would be injured. Whoosh! The 9 rays of sword light crossed the sky and directly caught up with the mysterious person who was sent flying backward. Roar! The mysterious person roared to the sky. He attacked with all his strength, increasing his speed by several times. However, the 9 rays of sword light continued to pierce towards the mysterious person like a shadow. How is this possible? The mysterious person was shocked and angry. The other party actually reversed his attack perfectly, and the power of this divine ability seemed to be a bit stronger than when he used it. This was unbelievable. Chapter 44:58. After Gu Fei came out of seclusion, he wanted to enter the immortal abode in the Chaos Rift to take a look. However, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the Chaos Rift. The huge hand directly grabbed Gu Fei and dragged him into the depths of the Chaos Rift, not far from the primordial realm. It was the attack of a mysterious supremacy. However, Gu Fei was not to be trifled with. His extreme grade cultivation erupted and directly shattered the huge hand that grabbed him. Kill! Kill! Without any hesitation, the two powerhouses immediately started fighting. Gu Fei's seclusion this time allowed him to refine an endless amount of demonic qi. The demonic qi of the 10 extinction demonic star was too vast and pure, allowing his cultivation base to directly recover to the initial stage of extreme Tao. As long as he was willing, he could immediately transcend the tribulation and become a true extreme grade supremacy. Gu Fei used to be a supreme existence in the eternal grade. Although the first demon ancestor had used his life to open the cycle of reincarnation and knocked him into the cycle of reincarnation, his eternal grade and even extreme grade cultivation were almost beaten back to his original state. However, he still took one step at a time and cultivated back to where he came from. Because he was cultivating from the beginning, he already had a clear understanding of the various realms. Along the way, he did not encounter any bottlenecks at all. Even if he had not transcended the tribulation, Gu Fei's current cultivation was enough to compete with an extreme grade supremacy. I'll return it to you. Gu Fei easily reversed the 9 rays of sword light that the mysterious supremacy from the primordial realm shot at him. The 9 rays of sword light released a dazzling sword light that directly broke through the chaos rift and caught up with the mysterious supremacy in an instant. Damn it! The mysterious supremacy's body trembled. In the next moment, the 9 sharp rays of sword light were directly smashed by a divine halo that rushed out of his body. Go! With a thought from the mysterious supremacy, the divine halo that bloomed with 5-colored divine light directly collided with Gu Fei. The power of the 5 elements at the extreme grade erupted from the divine halo. This is the great Tao of the 5 elements? Seeing this, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. If his first reincarnation was before the first devil ancestor sent him into the cycle of reincarnation, then his second reincarnation was after the first devil ancestor sent him into the cycle of reincarnation. 2 lifetimes of cultivation had made his foundation of the great path even more solid. He had cultivated each realm to the extreme, and each realm had reached a flawless level. In particular, he possessed the eternal true bones, which made his martial body extremely powerful. Even if he only used the power of his martial body, he could still crush opponents of the same level. He didn't expect to encounter a 5 elements supremacy who had cultivated the 5 elements great Tao to the extreme right after he became an extreme supremacy. The 5 elements supremes of the primordial beginning realm were too powerful, and they had already used the 5 elements Tao artifact. He had to be serious. Extreme breaking fist. Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately displayed the supreme fist technique that he had created in his previous life. When he punched out, it was as if a giant god had smashed through the chaos. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were shattering around him. It was a shocking sight. This was the supreme fist technique that Gu Fei had created in his previous life when he had cultivated to the eternal realm. It was the extreme breaking fist, which could break through the limits with one punch. Even the primitive powers of heaven and earth, such as earth, water, wind, and fire, could be unleashed. When the 5 elements supremacy of the primordial beginning realm saw this, his pupils involuntarily shrank, and his expression became extremely solemn. He could sense the terror of Gu Fei's punch. The moment Gu Fei punched out, his hair stood on end. It was as if he was facing a great terror and crisis. Gu Fei's entire body was enveloped in the primordial divine light. This primordial power was extremely powerful, and the punch that was powered by the extreme primordial power was simply invincible. There was no mystique that could not be destroyed with a single punch. This punch had not yet been completely unleashed, but the extremely grand fist intent had already dispersed all the primordial chi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Bam! Gotcha! Gu Fei's punch landed on the five elements divine ring, sending the supreme Tao treasure of the primordial beginning realm's five elements celestial sect flying. Boom! A mountain in the distance was struck by the five elements divine ring and exploded, turning into dust that filled the sky. Taking on a supreme Tao treasure with your bare hands? The five elements supremacy's body swayed, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his right hand, the five elements divine ring flew back into his hand. When he looked down, he saw that the five-colored divine ring was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Although he was already mentally prepared, the five elements supremacy's eyes still widened as he stared at the five elements divine ring in his hand. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was his life-bound Tao treasure that he had spent his entire life refining, and it had almost been destroyed by a single punch from this guy. This shocked and angered him. Just who are you? The five elements supremacy glared at Gu Fei. If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have died many times over. His Tao treasure could be considered half destroyed. If Gu Fei were to throw another punch, his Tao treasure would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be destroyed. Boom! Gu Fei did not say anything. Instead, he bluntly threw out another punch. The power of this punch was much stronger than the first punch. What was the meaning of breaking the limit? It was to surpass one's own limits and raise one's combat strength to a level that surpassed one's own limits. When Gu Fei threw his second punch, the void in front of his fist collapsed and was annihilated. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was directly turned into dust. Everything was destroyed and obliterated. This was the fist of destruction. Powered by the power of a supreme Tao treasure, it could simply sink a continent and destroy an entire world. It was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Roar! The five elements supremacy roared and immediately retreated. At the same time, layer after layer of extreme five elements power erupted from his body and blocked the attack. The void that was enveloped by the five elements divine light was densely packed with five elements Tao patterns. However, Gu Fei's fist directly broke through the first layer of extreme five elements power. Then the second layer, the third layer, it was like a hot knife through butter. Bam! In the end, Gu Fei's fist landed on the five elements supremacy's body. 6 or 7 protective Tao treasures instantly shattered. These supreme Tao treasures could not even last for a breath of time. The five elements supremacy only felt his body shake. In the next moment, he saw his extremely powerful five elements Tao body split into pieces and his head flew high into the sky. How is this possible? The five elements supremacy was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Five Elements Heavenly Sect in the Primordial Beginning Realm and an expert at the great mastery of extreme Tao. Yet, he could not even take a second punch from his opponent and his body exploded. However, in the next moment, his flesh and blood that glowed with five elements divine light rapidly reassembled. The power of the five elements surged and a figure appeared in the five elements divine light. An existence at the level of supreme Tao was very difficult to kill, especially one at the great mastery of extreme Tao. I'd like to see how many punches you can take. As he spoke, Gu Fei threw a third punch. The five elements supremacy was shocked and wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, he realized that every inch of the void between heaven and earth was filled with a majestic fist intent. No matter how he tried to escape, there was only one ending for him: death. I can't escape. The five elements supremacy could only fight head-on against Gu Fei with all his might. The outcome was tragic. The five elements supremacy's arms exploded from the punch, followed by his body and limbs. They were all smashed to pieces by the terrifying fist intent. The five elements' supremacy was thoroughly killed. However, in the next moment, his body actually reassembled and appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei could not help but frown. Could it be that this guy really could not be killed? Heaven transformation. Gu Fei extended his hand and grabbed at the five elements' supremacy. A wave of heaven transformation power spread out and instantly enveloped the five elements' supremacy. What? The five elements' supremacy was shocked. Then, he saw the most terrifying scene in his life. He saw his body disintegrating into nothingness. Soon, the five elements' supremacy's flesh and blood melted away, leaving behind only a skeleton. Every bone in his body was sparkling like divine jade. However, this powerful skeleton could not hold on for long. Cracks began to appear on it. Finally, with a loud bang, the five elements' supremacy's skeleton exploded and was obliterated by the heaven transformation power. Both his flesh and bones had disappeared. Right now, the five elements' supremacy was only left with a ball of spirit. However, in the next moment, this ball of divine light was blown out like a flame. The five elements' supremacy had fallen. His cultivation had been melted away by Gu Fei's heaven transformation hand. In the end, even his entire body had been melted away. It was as if he had never existed in the first place. Gu Fei felt it was a pity. If he could swallow this guy's extreme path source in one gulp, his cultivation would probably increase by a large margin. However, under his heaven transformation hand, the five elements Sky Sect's Supreme Elder had directly received a lunchbox. Primordial Realm, here I come. After killing the five elements Sky Sect's Supreme Elder, Gu Fei headed straight for the Primordial Realm. In the depths of the southern mountains of the Primordial Realm, there was a paradise on earth. Pavilions, terraces, waterfalls, and springs dotted the landscape. Immortal birds and strange beasts wandered around leisurely. Crack! On top of a mountain surrounded by spiritual energy, in an ancient palace, something suddenly shattered. What? The Great Elder is dead? One of the cultivators guarding the life hall charged out as though he had gone mad. The Great Elder's life tablet has shattered. As the news spread, the peaceful ancestral grounds of the five-element Sky Sect immediately became lively. What's going on? How could the Great Elder be dead? No one in the ancestral grounds of the five-element Sky Sect believed it. However, the life tablet of the five-element supremacy that was enshrined in the life palace had shattered. Once the life tablet shattered, it meant that the person had died. Even the extreme path supremacy was no exception. While the five-element Sky Sect was in chaos, Gu Fei broke through the world barrier and entered the primordial realm. He arrived at a place called Scarlet Mist Ridge. There was a small sect here called the Scarlet Firmament Society. Chapter 4459. Just as Gu Fei broke through the world barrier of the Primal Beginning Realm and entered the Primal Beginning Realm, a great opportunity finally appeared in one of the domains of the Immortal Mansion world within the Primal Chaos Rift. It was an incomparably ancient palace. The aura that emanated from the ancient palace was extremely powerful. Even ordinary Supremes wouldn't be able to enter. At this moment, in the eastern domain of the Immortal Estate world, streak after streak of Supreme Divine might exploded forth. Each streak of Divine might shook the heavens and the earth, and countless living beings of the Immortal Estate world were lying prone on the ground, trembling in terror. The Star Beast Sovereign protected Guling, the Little Fatty, and Qin Yao. The Black Wind Sovereign also became well-behaved. He stared solemnly at the ancient palace floating in the void in front of him. The Shooting Sun Sovereign had already grasped his divine bow. Even in the primordial realm, the three sovereigns under Gu Fei could become overlord existences. But in this place, they had no choice but to behave themselves. Especially the Star Beast Sovereign. He was a star beast that consumed stars to raise his cultivation and battle prowess. He was a supreme-level existence. Who knew how many stars he had to consume to reach his current cultivation level and battle prowess? You're all a bunch of trash. The Star Beast Sovereign swept his gaze across the surroundings with a look of disdain. Powerful waves of star power emanated from his body. The surrounding void was filled with specks of starlight, as though a starry sky was faintly discernible. Star power? Some Supremes secretly exclaimed in surprise. He actually called us trash? Does this guy think he's invincible? Arrogant and ignorant fellow. The Supremes near the ancient palace were both shocked and enraged. This guy was a supremacy. He was extremely powerful, and he could really sweep away all the other Supremes. Moreover, there was a very serious problem. Dijutian was on the Star Beast Sovereign side. Of course, only the Supremes of the Heaven Realm and the Human Realm knew about this. As for the Supremes from the Primal Beginning Realm, they didn't know the relationship between Dijutian and the Star Beast Sovereign at all. What? You still haven't scrammed? Do you want me to ask you to scram? The Star Beast Sovereign coldly swept his gaze across the surrounding Supremes. Humph, aren't you being a little too tyrannical? Great opportunities, only those who are fated can obtain them. Could it be that you want to hog it all for yourself? A supreme being whose entire body was shrouded in black fog sneered. So what if I want to keep it all to myself? The Star Beast Venerable was extremely powerful. Damn it. All the supreme martial artists present were extremely shocked. Even the supreme martial artists who knew about the Star Beast Venerable were in disbelief. This fellow is crazy enough to fight against all the supreme martial artists alone? It should be known that although this fellow was a supremacy, there were also supremacy-level existences among the supremacy-level existences present. The primogenitor realm also had supremacy-level existences that had descended. Kill this arrogant bastard. Does this savage beast have the strength to swallow the great opportunity for itself? A supreme being said in disdain. However, these fellows were all just a bunch of mouth cannons. Although they said that they were powerful, none of them wanted to be the first to attack. Boom. At this moment, an earth-shaking rumble was heard from afar. A figure appeared in the sky. In the next instant, that person arrived near the ancient hall. A violent and fearsome aura spread from that person's body. A terrifying pressure caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared one after another. As soon as this person appeared, it seemed like he could shatter a part of the heaven and earth and turn it into chaos once again. Peerlessly powerful, this thought appeared in the minds of all the supreme martial artists. Who is this person? Guling looked at that person and could not help but frown. This fellow was very strong. His cultivation was definitely not below the Star Beast Venerable. He's not from the heavenly realm, the human realm, or the primogenitor realm. The Shooting Sun Supreme said hurriedly. The mighty great path nomological laws that were emitted from this person did not belong to the three realms at all. This was because the nomological laws of every great realm were different and unique. Experts that grew up in different realms would carry the mark of the realm they were from. Then this fellow must be from the primogenitor realm, Qin Yao said. Swish. The person said nothing at all. He directly extended his hand and reached towards the ancient hall that hovered in outer space. He actually wanted to directly grab the ancient hall. Everyone was extremely shocked. Roar. The Star Beast Venerable roared out furiously. In the next moment, countless specks of starlight shot out from his body, directly blasting towards the person. The power of the stars crushed everything and shattered space. The specks of starlight from the Star Beast Venerable were as terrifying as actual stars. That's Qi Shao and the war ancestor of the divine empire of the primogenitor world and Kuan Yu from the chaotic battle god palace were both shocked when they saw this person. They guessed his origins. He's actually come as well? Kuan Yu stared at the person. He was very fearful. You're looking to die. The person could not help but become furious when he saw that someone was bold enough to attack him. He continued to reach towards the ancient hall with one hand, but he clenched his other hand and directly threw a punch at the specks of starlight. This punch directly shook the heavens, punching a black hole in the void of the immortal mansion world. Countless rays of starlight were directly devoured by the black hole created by that person's punch. It actually broke through the Star Venerable Beast's divine ability so easily. Roar! The Star Beast Sovereign roared. In the next moment, countless stars rushed out of his body. Among those stars, 365 of them were especially bright, and they illuminated the sky. The 365 stars moved according to a certain trajectory, enveloping that fellow. That person's hand had just grabbed the middle ancient palace when it was shattered by the power of the stars. Heavenly cycle stellar formation? That person was shocked. At this moment, he only felt his vision blur, and when he looked again, he found that he was surrounded by bright starlight, as if he had entered a star field. Incredible! Unexpectedly, you managed to cultivate the great cosmic star array to the point where it can form a world of its own. The man said in a deep voice, "Now that you know how powerful I am, why don't you obediently kneel down and beg me to spare your life?" The star beast Venerable's voice resounded in the starry sky. Tisk! The person directly raised his middle finger. Kill! Without any hesitation, the star beast Venerable activated the heavenly cycle stellar formation. In the next moment, the 365 stars released boundless star energy and fell from the starry sky. They turned into 365 peerless sword lights and slashed towards that person. All techniques of convergence. The person roared out furiously, and a ball of dark light actually surged from his body. In the next moment, the light directly devoured the 365 streaks of light that had erupted with surging sword chi. How is this possible? The star beast sovereign could not help but be surprised when he saw this. Is that the great sect master of the Heavens Gue Yuan sect, Mo Yuan? The imperial ancestor of the Pingtian Empire, Qi Shao, originally doubted it, but now that he saw the person in the heavenly cycle stellar formation use the sect's divine ability, he no longer doubted it. The Heavens Gue Yuan sect was one of the 10 great heavens sects of the primordial world. They were no weaker than the Pingtian Empire, and their great sect master, Mo Yuan, was a monstrous genius. This fellow had already cultivated to the quasi-supreme being realm to begin with. However, for some unknown reason, he actually severed his own cultivation and started cultivating from the beginning. Mo Yuan had cultivated for 1,000 years, and he had actually reached the level of an exalt again. He was only half a step away from breaking through to quasi-sovereign and recovering his past cultivation. This was the second time he had cultivated from the beginning. He had reached perfection in every single level of cultivation. There were no weaknesses or openings at all. Although Mo Yuan was also an exalt, he was far more powerful than regular exalts. He was basically invincible among those at the same level of cultivation. The star beast sovereign was powerful, but he had actually suffered against Mo Yuan time and time again. Your heavenly cycle stellar formation is very powerful and can create a world of its own, but my heavenly technique of convergence is not to be trifled with either. Mo Yuan's voice was emotionless. There were no emotions at all. Rumble. The dark light that erupted from Mo Yuan was actually destroying the heavenly cycle stellar formation. Endless starlight was devoured by the dark light, and stars were destroyed one after another. Heavenly technique of convergence? Gu Ling stood beside the star beast sovereign. She could sense that the power of the stellar cycle stellar formation was being devoured by Mo Yuan wildly. Could this heavenly technique actually refine the power of stars? Devouring the power of others to strengthen oneself? Qin Yao's expression was extremely solemn. Mo Yuan had actually grasped this ability. Was he not invincible? How can my heavenly cycle stellar formation only have this much power? In the next moment, the star beast sovereign actually turned into a streak of starlight and fused with the heavenly cycle stellar formation. With the formation as one, the power of the heavenly cycle stellar formation immediately soared to a terrifying level. The power of the stars became extremely condensed. What? I can't devour it anymore? Mo Yuan was shocked. He had originally been devouring the power of the stars around him wildly, but now, he actually could not devour any power at all. At the same time, 365 stars once again appeared in the formation. Go to hell. 365 stars rushed toward Mo Yuan at the same time. Wherever they passed, the void was directly obliterated and turned into nothingness. This was a world-destroying blow. Bam! Mo Yuan was directly blasted away, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Mo Yuan was also amazing. He actually borrowed the attack of the star beast sovereign to directly fly out of the heavenly cycle stellar sword formation. The guy from the primordial realm is so weak. The star beast sovereign shook his head. It's a little too early to say that, Gu Ling said. At the same time, Imo Yuan, who had been blasted away, returned again. He blasted out a punch and directly blasted a big hole in the heavenly cycle-stellar formation. Chapter 4460. Imo Yuan came from the Origin sect, one of the 10 great heavenly sects of the primal beginning realm. He was a monster who had once cultivated to the supremacy level, but then severed his own cultivation and cultivated from the beginning again. He had only recultivated for 1,000 years and had once again reached the supremacy realm. Moreover, after recultivating, his foundation was incomparably stable. He had cultivated to the extreme in every realm. Therefore, after recultivating, he was an invincible existence in every realm. He could defeat all opponents of the same realm, and he could even challenge experts of higher realms. The primal beginning realm was the ancestral realm of cultivation. With the primal beginning realm as the center, the myriad worlds that were derived from it all used cultivation as the foundation. And the primal beginning realm was the primal world of cultivation. Here, if one cultivated to the extreme, one could also become an extreme supreme. Whether it was the creatures of the primal beginning realm or the primal beginning realm, when they cultivated to the extreme, they reached the same goal. The only difference was that the cultivation realm at the beginning was different. In the primal beginning realm, the origin heavenly art of the Origin sect was definitely one of the top heavenly arts of the primal beginning realm. Imo Yuan had recultivated 2 lives and had long since cultivated the origin heavenly art to the extreme. There was no path ahead of him. Only by continuing on his own path and stepping out on his own path could he break through the shackles and become a supreme expert. Imo Yuan's ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to surpass his predecessors and become an existence comparable to the primal beginning lord. There was a great opportunity in the immortal mansion world. When Imo Yuan heard the news, he naturally couldn't sit still. Rumble. The heavenly cycle stellar formation was spinning wildly. Imo Yuan, trapped in the formation, rushed left and right. No matter where he rushed to, there were billions of stars smashing towards him. This was a star field formed by the extremely vast power of the stars. Even someone as strong as Imo Yuan was forced back by the endless stars. No way, even a monster like Imo Yuan is going to be defeated? How can these guys be so powerful? Impossible. In the myriad worlds, only our primal beginning realm is the beginning of all worlds. We are invincible. A supreme from the primal beginning realm exclaimed. Could the legend be true? What legend? You're too young. There's an ancient legend in the primal beginning realm. It's said that in ancient times, a peerless genius appeared in the lower worlds. This peerless genius killed his way into the primal beginning realm and defeated all the divine sons and saintesses. He even became a sovereign and was almost invincible in the entire primal beginning realm. What happened to that peerless genius? That person is too arrogant. He actually went to challenge the master of the grand beginning realm, and then, there was no then. All the supreme beings of the primordial realm fell silent. The master of the primordial realm was a legendary existence. Who knew how long it had been since he had appeared? It was a taboo existence. Could it be that another heaven-defying existence has appeared in the lower realms these past few years? The paragon of the primordial beginning realm was shocked. No one had thought that this lower realm was not a lower realm centered around the grand beginning realm. This guy is interesting. Under the protection of the shooting sun supremacy and the black wind supremacy, Gu Ling left the battlefield. Even Qin Yao and the little fatty were able to watch the battle from the sidelines under the protection of the shooting sun supremacy and the black wind supremacy. The figures of Jiang Yiqin and Yi Lingtian also appeared in the distance. The items they carried were no small matter, especially Yi Lingtian, who could even ignore the pressure of a supreme being. Jiang Yiqin's body was shrouded in divine light, and his ultimate emperor aura was vast and mighty, directly blocking the earth-shattering pressure of the supreme beings. Yi Lingtian's body was also activated, and he could even block the pressure of a supreme being. In front of those supreme beings, Jiang Yiqin and Yi Lingtian were just 2 little ants. So what if they had secret treasures to protect themselves? They didn't take them seriously at all. Sister, Are you talking about Senior Xing Chun or Mo Yuan? Qin Yao asked with a smile. Of course I'm talking about Mo Yuan. His heavenly technique is quite interesting, Gu Ling said. She was Gu Fei's daughter, so her knowledge was naturally extraordinary. Mo Yuan's heavenly art of returning Yuan could actually devour the opponent's power to strengthen himself, which moved her a little. This is somewhat similar to the secret art of returning Yuan, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The secret art of returning Yuan refines all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into its most primitive state, then devours and absorbs it. I didn't expect this person's cultivation technique to have such power. Gu Ling thought. Hee, young master, when Boss Xing Qin captures that person, won't you be able to obtain this cultivation technique? The Black Wind Supremacy said flatteringly. That's right. This guy's cultivation technique is definitely top-notch. If you use it as a reference, perhaps it can help you take that step and become an extreme supreme being. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said very seriously. It won't be easy for your boss Xing Chun to defeat that guy. There was an inexplicable divine light in Qin Yao's eyes. This was a mystique that could see through all illusions, and it pointed directly to the origin of all things in the world. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Qin to have cultivated the heavenly eye, the Black Wind Supremacy said with a smile. They were supremacies, and they only recognized Gu Fei as their master. Gu Ling and Yin could be considered as their masters. However, even if it was Gu Fei's personal disciple, they would only address him as fellow Taoist, let alone Qin Yao. One must know that they were all extreme supreme beings, existences that stood at the peak of the universe. They also had their pride, the pride of being an extreme supreme being. An extreme inheritance naturally has its own reasons. With our cultivation, we can also create a mystique like the heavenly divine eyes. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said, Haha, that's true. The Black Wind Supremacy laughed. However, Taoist Qin is right. It won't be easy for Boss Xing Chun to defeat that guy. If he fails miserably, we'll have to run for our lives. The Shooting Sun Supremacy said as he glanced at Gu Ling. Gu Ling didn't say anything, and just looked at the battle in front of him. At this moment, the Stellar Beast Supremacy merged with the massive Heavenly Cycle Stellar Formation, causing the massive Heavenly Cycle Stellar Formation to instantly gain a soul, and its power increased by several times. Rumble, the massive Heavenly Cycle Stellar Formation directly propped up a world, trapping Mo Yuan in the Heavenly Cycle Stellar world. At this time, Mo Yuan was like an ancient behemoth in the Heavenly Cycle Stellar world, colliding with the entire Heavenly Cycle Stellar world and shaking violently. Countless stars exploded in the Heavenly Cycle Stellar world, and the destructive power emitted by the explosion of the star power obliterated a lot of Mo Yuan's Tao power of returning to origin. Outrageous! Do you really want to force me to fight with my life on the line? Mo Yuan was shocked. This guy was really a good opponent. If he met such an opponent elsewhere, he would naturally be very happy. It was hard to find an opponent, but now was really not the time. That ancient palace definitely had something he wanted. Die. Chapter 4461. In the chaos rift between the heaven realm and the primal beginning realm, an immortal mansion that was countless times larger than a mountain floated in the sky. This was the famous Chaos Immortal Mansion in the primal beginning realm. Every time it appeared, it would only appear in the chaos rift between the primal beginning realm and other worlds. Every time it appeared, there would be a storm of blood. Countless experts of the primal beginning realm had fallen in the immortal mansion. Of course, apart from the primal beginning realm, the world that was temporarily connected to the primal beginning realm due to the appearance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion would often become the hunting ground of the divine sons and saintesses. This was too tragic. The primeval world was the source of all worlds. Compared to other worlds, it was naturally like the difference between heaven and earth. Usually, a single godchild of the primeval world could sweep through a world and kill all the strongest cultivators there. However, this time, the divine sons and saintesses of the primal beginning realm had kicked an iron plate. Apart from the 10 great sects, there were also other sacred grounds and divine sections. There were many divine sons and saintesses in the primal beginning realm. Some divine sons directly entered the heaven realm to challenge the experts there. Where is Dijiotian? Where is Gu Fei? Where is the demon lord? Are they all dead? In the heaven realm, in the largest divine city in the central heaven region, someone built a 3,000 zhang tall arena and declared that he wanted to challenge the strongest person in the heaven realm. At that moment, a purple-robed young man was standing on top of an old cultivator, flaunting his prowess towards the countless cultivators below the stage. Preposterous! This guy is too arrogant. This divine son from the primal beginning realm is actually so strong. What should we do? The crowd below the arena was turbulent. They all stared angrily at the bullshit divine son called Tai Chun on the arena. During this period of time, the primal beginning realm was nothing new to the cultivators of the heaven realm and the human realm. However, the divine sons and saintesses from the primal beginning realm were extremely annoying. They were all so arrogant that they thought they were invincible. Now, they even dared to set up an arena in the various regions of the heaven realm and challenged the various experts of the heaven realm. They even called out the names of Dijutian and Gu Fei. These people were simply too arrogant and ignorant. Forget about Dijutian. Who was that Gu Fei? He was an existence that even the great ominous being, Xian Huang, had to kneel before. Furthermore, Dijutian had become the disciple of Gu Fei. He was Gu Fei's disciple. Even Senior Zhu of the Celestial City was defeated. Who else in the Celestial City can be a match for this bastard? Below the arena, countless cultivators were furious. Scram! Godchild Taichin directly kicked the old man off the stage. You've gone too far. Someone caught the old man and inspected him. This old man's life's true essence had been scattered. This was the same as crippling this old man's cultivation. An early-stage quasi-venerable realm expert was actually defeated so thoroughly and even crippled. Is this too much? You ants, even if I kill all of you, it's not a big deal. The godchild called Taichin said arrogantly. What? The countless cultivators below the stage were all incomparably furious, but they were powerless to do anything because the opponent's cultivation was there for all to see. Even the great expert of the Celestial City, Mr. Zhu, was defeated. That was a hidden expert at the early stage of the quasi-supreme realm. In the heaven realm, if the supremes didn't appear, the quasi-supremes were the strongest existences. Although this godchild Taichin was annoying, his cultivation was incomparably powerful. He hadn't reached the extreme Tao realm, but he was practically invincible in the same realm. This was because the number of quasi-supreme realm experts that had been defeated by the hands of godchild Taichin was not just one or two. The 3 quasi-supreme realm experts in the Celestial City had all been defeated, and all of them had been thoroughly defeated. Unless they invited those quasi-supreme realm experts to come out, they might be able to fight against this godchild Taichin from the primal beginning realm. Otherwise, no one would be able to threaten these guys. The arena in the Celestial City had already been set up for more than 10 days, attracting countless cultivators to flock to the Celestial City. However, in these past 10 days, godchild Taichin had defeated countless experts who came to challenge him. Those experts who stepped onto the stage all ended up in a miserable state. If they weren't directly beaten to death, their cultivation would be crippled, and they would become crippled. Godchild Taichin was too ruthless and offended all the powers in the Celestial City. Many powers used various channels to contact quasi-supreme realm experts to come to the Celestial City. These fellows were simply too arrogant, too hateful. However, the current situation in the heaven realm was not very optimistic, because the appearance of the primal chaos immortal palace had caused countless experts in the primal beginning realm to go crazy, and even countless experts in the heaven realm were extremely jealous. In the current heaven realm, most of the existences above the saint level had gone to the primal chaos rift, and there were very few experts left. Go to the human world and invite the experts of the Jiang family. Amen. Also send someone to the demon clan's ancestral land and invite a demon ancestor. I want to see how long these fellows can be arrogant for. Hee hee. I heard that Gu Fei is in closed-door training in the demon clan's ancestral land. What kind of bullshit godchild is that? That fierce person can kill a large number of them with a single slap. Who is that Gu Fei? On the stage, godchild Taichin said. A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes standing beside him hurriedly said, reporting to Lord Godchild, "That is a peerless, ruthless person in our heaven realm. Even the great calamity mysterious yellow was subdued by him." "Oh, so you're saying that this Gu Fei is the strongest existence in the heaven realm?" A ray of light flashed past the depths of Godchild Taichen's eyes. "You can say that." The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes nodded and bowed, looking like a servant. "These traitors of the Yuan family actually sided with these outsiders and helped them bully us. Damn it." Someone stared fiercely at the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes beside Godchild Taichen. The Yuan family of Heaven Emperor City was one of the three great powers of Heaven Emperor City. The patriarch of the Yuan family chose to side with Godchild Taichen after he arrived. The stage of Godchild Taichen was built with the help of the Yuan family. "Yuan Tian, that old dog, I want to kill him." Countless cultivators below the stage stared angrily at the person beside Godchild Taichen. "All right, I'll wait for him for 3 days. If this guy called Gu Fei doesn't come within 3 days, I'll feed everyone in Heaven Emperor City to my pet." Godchild Taichen coldly swept his gaze across the countless cultivators below the stage. At this time, a golden lion with a pair of wings on its back roared. Although its voice wasn't loud, it directly shook the countless cultivators below the stage to the point of staggering. Some of the weaker cultivators even had their ears bleeding from the sound wave. This Chapter 4462. The godsons and saintesses of the great sects and holy lands swept through the heaven realm and defeated all the experts of the heaven realm. No one could contend against them. The godsons and saintesses even set up arenas in various parts of the heaven realm to challenge the quasi-sovereigns of the heaven realm. And in the central region of the heaven realm, in the celestial city, Godchild Taichun set up an arena. In the past few days, he had defeated countless quasi-sovereigns of the heaven realm and even the human realm. Godchild Taichen's might shook the world. He actually used his own strength to suppress countless experts of the heaven realm to lower their heads. He looked down on the world and did not place the countless experts of the heaven realm in his eyes. He even challenged Dijutian, the demon lord, and Gu Fei by name. However, just as Godchild Taichun was being arrogant, Gu Fei had already entered the primal beginning realm and arrived at the southern region of the primal beginning realm. This was the territory of the Crimson Firmament School. In a forest about 50 kilometers away from the mountain gate of the Crimson Firmament School, a white-clothed girl was being chased by a dozen black-clothed men. "Obediently surrender, or else we'll kill you without mercy." The middle-aged expert in the lead of the dozen or so black-clothed men stared at the white-clothed girl and said coldly, The Crimson Firmament School and the Black Fiend Lake are mortal enemies. In the Crimson Firmament School, there are only disciples who die in battle. There are no cowards who surrender." The white-clothed girl gritted her teeth and said, "Whoosh!" A blade light flashed, and blood immediately splattered from her left shoulder, dyeing her white clothes red. She groaned, and with a backhand slash, she sent a blade light flying, and directly rushed forward. As long as she rushed back to the sect, she would be able to live. Hee, it's just a struggle before death. After today, there will be no more Crimson Firmament School in this world. The black-clothed middle-aged man stared at the white-clothed girl and said, "What did you say?" The white-clothed girl was shocked and was almost struck by the blade light that came from behind. It seemed like the Black Fiend Lake was planning to destroy the Crimson Firmament School this time. The white-clothed girl couldn't help but feel anxious when she thought of this. She had to rush back to the Crimson Firmament School as soon as possible. On a mountain 100 miles away, Gu Fei looked at the scene in front of him with an expressionless face. Suddenly, he thought of something and disappeared from the mountain. When he appeared again, he was already beside a heavily injured and dying young man in green clothes. This azure-clothed youth was only 15 or 16 years old. He was lying on a pile of rocks at the bottom of a cliff. Earlier, he had been chased by the black-clothed men. His body had been pierced by 9 blades, and he had fallen from the cliff. The azure-robed youth was only at the soul formation realm. In the southern region of the primal beginning realm, there were countless soul formation cultivators. A 16-year-old soul formation cultivator could only be said to be very ordinary. You, the azure-clothed youth, looked at Gu Fei with sparkling eyes. With just a glance, Gu Fei knew that this green-robed youth would not be able to live. There were 3 penetrating saber wounds on his chest and abdomen. These were not fatal. What was fatal was that there was a blood stain between his eyebrows. It was obvious that he had been injured by the saber chi, and his soul had been severed. As he looked at the azure-clothed youth who was about to die completely, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. "If you have any wishes, you can tell me." Gu Fei said to the azure-clothed youth, "Save, save, junior sister." An extremely weak wave of spiritual will emanated from the body of the azure-robed youth. "Is that all?" Gu Fei asked. "Yes." The azure-clothed youth did not die and continued to send out his will. "I can save her, but I want your physical body." Gu Fei stared at the azure-clothed youth and said, "Deal." The azure-clothed youth agreed. As long as he could save his junior sister, he would even commit suicide, let alone his physical body. Of course, he did not need to commit suicide. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly turned into a ray of divine light and rushed into the azure-clothed youth's body. In the next moment, he directly read the azure-clothed youth's will and learned everything about him. This azure-clothed youth was called Chu Xiaoyun. He was the 7th disciple of the Crimson Firmament sect master. His cultivation level was average, so his master did not like him. The other senior brothers also looked down on him. Only his junior sister, Zhao Qianqian, had a special relationship with him. Although he liked his junior sister, he did not have the guts to confess. This was because he felt very inferior in front of his junior sister. He felt that he was not worthy of her. This was because his junior sister was the beloved daughter of the sect master. This time, Chu Xiaoyun and Zhao Qianqian had left the mountain to train, but they had accidentally encountered the conspiracy of the Black Demon Lake. The Black Demon Lake had actually colluded with the Demon Refinement Mountain to destroy the Crimson Firmament sect. Therefore, the experts of the Black Demon Lake had chased after Chu Xiaoyun and Zhao Qianqian. The Crimson Firmament sect was just an inconspicuous small sect among the countless sects in the primordial realm. The strongest sect master in the sect was only at the Tao integration realm. He was not even an immortal. Compared to the top sects with extreme Tao supremacies, the Crimson Firmament sect was not even a shrimp. At best, it was just a sesame seed. After Gu Fei came to the primordial realm, he had been greatly suppressed by this world because the Tao he cultivated did not come from this world. He wanted to cultivate here and comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth here. However, he needed an identity, so he helped Chu Xiaoyun. At that moment, the wounds on Chu Xiaoyun's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the injuries on his body were rapidly recovering. As for Gu Fei, he had completely sealed his extreme Tao level power into Chu Xiaoyun's body. His entire body was in a state similar to a deep slumber. He separated a strand of his spiritual force and entered Chu Xiaoyun's body. At that moment, he was Chu Xiaoyun. As his cultivation improved, Gu Fei's power would be unearthed like a treasure. The primordial realm's Tao of heaven and earth was grand and ancient. It was not inferior to the ancestral realm. He wanted to cultivate the primordial realm's cultivation technique here, comprehend the Tao laws of the primordial realm, and become an expert of this realm. He wanted to use the Tao laws of this world to perfect his own Tao. This was equivalent to him cultivating here again. He would start from a small cultivator at the bottom and then become the supreme expert of this world. This time, he wanted to lay an incomparably solid foundation. Only then would he make the ultimate leap and become an eternal supreme existence. He did not want to be flawed. He wanted to be the most perfect and become the strongest existence in this world. Soon, Gu Fei healed Chu Xiaoyun's injured body. "Since I promised you that I would save your junior sister, I naturally won't go back on my word." After saying that, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky from the bottom of the cliff and rushed toward the mountains 5 kilometers away. In order to save junior sister's life, even though he knew he would die in battle, he still blocked the experts of the Black Fiend Lake without hesitation. "Yu Kuan, does your Black Fiend Lake really want to die with my Scarlet Firmament School?" Zhao Qianqian roared. At this moment, She had already been surrounded by the experts of the Black Fiend Lake. At this moment, no one would risk their lives against these people for her. Hee, you're really stupid. Since we dare to attack, we have absolute confidence in destroying the Scarlet Firmament School. The leader of the Black Fiend Lakes group sneered. Elder Yu, this girl is someone our Demon Refinement Mountain's young master wants. Don't actually harm her life. Right at this moment, a sarcastic voice resounded, and then a thin and small green-clothed old servant walked out from the forest. Demon Refinement Mountain's young master bow tie? Hearing the old servant's words, Zhao Qianqian's expression instantly changed. Demon Refinement Mountain's young master bow tie was not a good person. This person was lustful. If she fell into his hands, it would be extremely tragic. Zhao Qianqian was already prepared to die. She would rather commit suicide than fall into the hands of Demon Refinement Mountain's young master bow tie. Haha, since young master Bo has his eyes on this girl, we naturally don't dare to kill her. We'll capture her and bring her to young master. Yu Kuan laughed. That's great. The old servant in azure smiled and nodded. You bastards. Zhao Qianqian trembled with anger. She was only in the divine transformation realm. It was too difficult for her to escape from Yu Kuan's hands. One should know that Yu Kuan was an elder of the Black Fiend Lake. His cultivation had already reached the half-step void transformation realm. If she did not have a few protective treasures that her father gave her, she would have been captured by these people a long time ago. Be obedient and follow me to see my young master. The old servant in azure said coldly, Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't go see that demon. Zhao Qianqian gritted her teeth and was about to self-destruct her divine transformation realm origin. However, at this moment, the old servant in azure made his move. He pointed a finger and directly sealed Zhao Qianqian's power, turning her from a divine transformation realm cultivator to an ordinary person. Void transformation? Yu Kuan could not help but be shocked when he saw this. He never thought that this inconspicuous old servant in azure would be an expert of the void transformation realm. Hee, before my young master allows it, you won't be able to die even if you want to. The old servant in azure smiled and stared at Zhao Qianqian. He had to admit that Zhao Qianqian was indeed extremely beautiful. His young master had good taste. Zhao Qianqian almost fainted from anger. Come here. The old servant in azure said as he stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed Zhao Qianqian. Take back your dog paw. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky and directly landed between the old servant in azure and Zhao Qianqian. The old servant in azure exclaimed and immediately retracted his right hand. He took a few steps back and stared at the person in front of him in shock. When Zhao Qianqian saw this person, she immediately became extremely excited. It's you? Didn't you fall off the cliff and die? Yu Kuan looked at this person in disbelief. This person was Gu Fei, but in the eyes of Zhao Qianqian and Yu Kuan, he was Chu Xiaoyun. Senior brother Chu, it's great that you're fine. Zhao Qianqian was surprised and happy. She thought that Chu Xiaoyun had died in battle and felt very guilty because Chu Xiaoyun had died in battle to help her stall the enemy. Now that Chu Xiaoyun was not dead, she did not need to feel guilty anymore. Brat, since you're not dead, you should have run far away. I didn't expect you to come here to die, so we can only kill you again. Chapter 4463. The primal beginning world was the same as the ancestral world. It was the source of all worlds. With the primal beginning world as the center, it gave birth to other worlds. However, unlike the primogenitor's realm, the primogenitor realm focused on cultivation. As the primogenitor's land of cultivation, the primogenitor realm had the most complete cultivation system. In the primordial beginning realm, the cultivation realms below the immortal spirit realm could be divided into chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul formation, void reversal, Tao integration, and tribulation passing. Above the immortal god realm were the human immortal realm, the earth immortal realm, the heaven immortal realm, the profound immortal realm, the golden immortal realm, the immortal king realm, the immortal emperor realm, the immortal paragon realm, and the extreme Tao saint immortal realm. The divine princes and saints of the top forces in the primordial beginning world were at least immortal venerables. In the heaven realm, they were saint venerables. A few of the divine princes had even broken through to the quasi-extreme Tao saint immortal realm. In the heaven realm, they were quasi-supremes. After reading the Crimson Firmament Gate disciple Chu Shaoyun's divine sense, Gu Fei had a certain understanding of the primal beginning realm. Now, he had completely sealed his strength, only restoring Chu Shaoyun's body's cultivation and battle strength. Too weak, Gu Fei stood in the void and sensed this body. According to the cultivation system of the primordial beginning realm, his current cultivation realm was the early stage soul formation. As the seventh disciple of the Scarlet Firmament School, Chu Shaoyun's cultivation could only be considered ordinary. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the mountain ridge ahead. Gu Fei was startled. That should be Chu Shaoyun's junior sister. This Chu Shaoyun had lost his life for nothing, but he still couldn't let his junior sister successfully escape from the Black Demon Lake. This guy seems to have a crush on his junior sister. Gu Fei shook his head. This Chu Shaoyun's obsession was too strong. He actually had the urge to make a move. His divine sense had completely dissipated, but his body could still react. It could only be said that Chu Shaoyun cared too much about his junior apprentice sister. Unfortunately, he was only borrowing Chu Shaoyun's body. The current Chu Shaoyun was no longer the original Chu Shaoyun. Since I promised you that I would save her, I will not go back on my word. After saying that, Gu Fei transformed into a sword light and rushed forward. When he arrived in the sky above this mountain ridge, he just happened to see an old servant in green attacking a girl in white. This is Chu Shaoyun, who is also my current junior sister. Gu Fei had to admit that this girl in white was really beautiful. Although she was young, she had an extraordinary temperament. In layman's terms, she was a cold goddess. He never thought that Chu Shaoyun would like this kind of girl. It seems like this girl might not like Chu Shaoyun as well. This fellow only had unrequited love for her. Otherwise, this junior apprentice sister would not have sent Chu Shaoyun to his death and then escaped by herself. Seeing that Zhao Qianqian was about to be taken away by the old servant, Gu Fei rushed down. Haha, little fellow, are you a hero saving a damsel in distress? Elder Yu Kuan of the Black Fiend Lake said contemptuously. This guy didn't die even after we knocked him off the cliff. He's really lucky. An expert from the Black Fiend Lake stared at Gu Fei with a murderous look in his eyes. He survived, but he didn't run away. Instead, he wants to save her. He's overestimating himself. This guy is really too stupid. Since he's here to die, let's fulfill his wish. The experts from the Black Fiend Lake mocked him. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He looked at the old servant in green with an indifferent expression. This old servant was actually a defying void realm cultivator. The difference between the void-defying and soul formation realms was too big. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. In everyone's eyes, this difference was almost insurmountable. However, it was rumored that some divine sons and saintesses cultivated by top forces were very heaven-defying. They could challenge void-defying cultivators when they were in the soul formation realm. However, they were still rare existences. But now, the old servant in green stared at Gu Fei with a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Was this the little fellow who pushed him back just now? How is this possible? Chu Shaoyun, this time, I will destroy your body and soul. Yu Kuan waved his hand with a sinister smile. The surrounding men in black immediately closed in on Gu Fei and Zhao Qianqian. These guys still think I'm that Chu Shaoyun? Gu Fei laughed inwardly. However, in the eyes of others, he was Chu Shaoyun. There was nothing wrong with that. Senior Chu, what should we do? Zhao Qianqian was anxious. She was the daughter of the sect master and had a bright future. She would soon enter the Five Elements sect and soar into the sky. She did not want to die here. The Scarlet Firmament sect was just a small sect in the southern region of the primal beginning world. Above the Scarlet Firmament sect was the Five Elements sect, which ruled a region. The Five Elements sect was one of the 8 great sects under the Five Elements Heavenly sect. The Five Elements Heavenly sect was one of the 10 strongest heavenly sects in the primal beginning realm. If one could enter the Five Elements sect, they would have a chance to enter the Five Elements Heavenly sect and become a successor. The status of a successor of a heavenly sect was very high. Even a last-generation disciple of a heavenly sect could be on equal footing with the sect master of the Crimson Firmament sect and the sect master of the Five Elements sect. Zhao Qianqian's ambition was higher than the sky. Her goal was to become a disciple of the Five Elements heavenly sect. Gu Fei did not say anything. He only smiled. He did not take these guys seriously at all. Kill. One of the men in black attacked. He waved his right hand, and a cold light flew towards Gu Fei. Like a snake, it was about to wrap around Gu Fei's neck. With a single glance, Gu Fei could tell that the cold light was a whip full of barbs. If one were to be coiled around the neck and struck by the whip, one's head would be detached from their body. At this moment, Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a sword orb the size of a thumb. The sword orb directly collided with the silver whip and knocked it away. What? The man in black was shocked. At this moment, the sword orb suddenly extended. With a flash of sword light, the head of the man in black flew up. In the next moment, the head of the man in black exploded. A primordial spirit rushed out and tried to escape. However, with another flash of sword light, the primordial spirit that was trying to escape was split in half and dissipated in the void. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one thought that Chu Xiaoyun would be this powerful. It had to be known that Chu Xiaoyun had just been knocked off the cliff by them. How is this possible? Yu Kuan stared at Gu Fei and his pupils shrank. In his eyes, Chu Xiaoyun seemed to be different from before. The Chu Xiaoyun from before did not have the bearing of looking down on the world. Moreover, Chu Xiaoyun's attacks were clean and neat. His use of power had reached the peak. He was actually able to kill a disciple of the Black Spirit Lake of the same level as him with his cultivation at the early stage of the divine transformation realm. Brother Chu. Zhao Qianqian was also shocked. She stared at Gu Fei in a daze. How dare you? Let's attack together and kill him. Yu Kuan was furious. His subordinates were all elites of the Black Spirit Lake. There were not many divine transformation realm disciples in the entire Black Spirit Lake. Only divine transformation realm disciples were the core disciples of the Black Spirit Lake. A total of 13 divine transformation realm men in black attacked Gu Fei. 13 divine transformation realm magic treasures shot towards Gu Fei. Among these magic treasures, there were bells, cauldrons, swords, spears, and even a black mountain that came crashing down towards Gu Fei. The power of these 13 magic treasures was very strong. It enveloped a radius of several hundred feet. Not to mention Chu Xiaoyun, who was at the early stage of the divine transformation realm. Even someone at the peak of the divine transformation realm would be killed. However, the sword light in the void flashed like cold lightning. Every time it flashed, a divine transformation realm magic treasure would be split in half or directly pierced through. In just an instant, the 13 divine transformation realm magic treasures were all destroyed by the sword light. They lost their spirituality and became scrap metal. The 13 divine transformation realm experts all vomited blood and retreated in defeat. Yu Kuan's old face flushed red. How is this possible? A little guy at the early stage of the soul formation stage was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. How could he destroy 13 soul formation stage artifacts and defeat 13 soul formation stage cultivators with a single strike? Impossible. Who are you? You can't be Chu Xiaoyun. Yu Kuan roared at Gu Fei. The Black Spirit Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain teamed up to destroy the Crimson Firmament School. Yu Kuan and the other higher-ups of the Black Spirit Lake naturally wanted to thoroughly understand the Crimson Firmament School before they dared to act. This Chu Xiaoyun was only the 7th disciple of the Crimson Firmament School's sect master. His cultivation and physique were ordinary. His cultivation and battle power were not even comparable to his little junior sister. But now, this Chu Xiaoyun had defeated 13 cultivators of the same level with one sword. This was too unbelievable. If I'm not Chu Xiaoyun, who is Chu Xiaoyun? Gu Fei indifferently looked at Yu Kuan, who was about to go crazy. He was Gu Fei, and also Chu Xiaoyun. Gu Fei's battle experience was plentiful, and he was at the extreme Dao realm. He could see through his opponent's weaknesses with a single glance and strike at their weakest point, breaking through their defenses and directly destroying their magical artifacts. A divine transformation realm cultivator's magic treasure was their life magic treasure. It was closely related to them. Once it was destroyed, they would also suffer a great impact. Senior brother Chu. This. Zhao Qianqian was also dumbfounded. She thought that she would not be able to escape this time and would die here. She didn't expect her senior brother Chu to suddenly become so powerful. Could it be that he had a breakthrough in the midst of a life and death battle? Moreover, senior brother Chu used the Crimson Firmament School's ultimate skill, the Crimson Firmament Sword Technique. This kind of core inheritance is not taught to only true disciples. Senior brother Chu has actually cultivated it to the realm where his sword is like lightning. Zhao Qianqian's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 4464. Gu Fei had entered the body of the Crimson Firmament sect's seventh disciple, Chu Xiaoyun. The current Chu Xiaoyun was no longer the Chu Xiaoyun from before. In Zhao Qianqian's eyes, Chu Xiaoyun had destroyed the magic tools of 13 divine transformation realm cultivators with a single strike. This kind of combat power was absolutely heaven-defying. In fact, Gu Fei's use of power had already reached the realm of perfection. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. You deserve to die. At this moment, the elder of the Black Spirit Lake, Yu Kuan, was about to go crazy. Those were 13 core disciples of the divine transformation realm, but they were defeated so quickly and so miserably. One should know that the magic tools of the divine transformation realm cultivators were closely related to the cultivator themselves. When the magic tool was destroyed, the owner of the magic tool would also suffer a great impact. You're the one who deserves to die. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The sword light circled around him, emitting a powerful sword qi. Under the impact of the cold sword qi, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Arg! I'm going to cut you into pieces and suppress your soul in the fire of the underworld for 1,000 years. As Yu Kuan spoke, he directly grabbed at Gu Fei. An ancient rune appeared in his palm. In the next moment, a vortex appeared in his palm and swallowed everything in its path. Senior brother, be careful, Zhao Qianqian shouted anxiously. Before Gu Fei could say anything, he felt a surge of energy descend from the sky. Following that, a surge of energy enveloped him. Then, he was involuntarily sent flying towards Yu Kuan. Yu Kuan was a powerful cultivator of the defection realm, a whole realm higher than Chu Xiaoyun. It was easy for a defection realm cultivator to kill a divine transformation realm cultivator. Sky-piercing sword. Without saying anything, Gu Fei directly used the Crimson Firmament sect's ultimate move, the Crimson Firmament Sword Technique. He was Chu Xiaoyun now, so he naturally had to use the sect's ultimate move. This seemed like an ordinary strike, but with a flash of sword light, blood appeared and Yu Kuan's head flew into the air. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene felt incredulous. One should know that Yu Kuan was a powerhouse with the cultivation of the emptiness realm. With just a single slash, this Chu Xiaoyun had actually killed Yu Kuan, the Black Demon Lake's elder, with a single slash. This kind of sword strength was too terrifying. At this moment, the green-robed old servant suddenly turned around and fled. You think you can leave? Gu Fei's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already above the green-clothed old servant's head, stomping down on him. Rumble. As Gu Fei's foot landed, the entire world trembled. Bam! With a muffled sound, the green-clothed old servant was stomped down from the sky by Gu Fei. Boom! The green-robed old servant smashed a large hole in the ground. What demon refinement mountain? They are just a bunch of ants. Gu Fei said disdainfully. What did you say? At this moment, the azure-clothed old servant rushed out of the pit. However, what awaited him was a fist that suddenly flew towards him. Bam! Crack! Gu Fei's punch landed squarely on the green-clothed old servant's nose, breaking the bridge of his nose. In the next moment, blood flowed from his nose. Concentrated sounds of collisions could be heard. Gu Fei's fists fell on the green-clothed old servant's body like raindrops. The green-clothed old servant did not even have the strength to fight back. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. An emptiness realm cultivator had actually defeated an emptiness realm cultivator. Before this, whether it was Zhao Qianqian or the men in black, they had never seen such a monstrous existence. I will send you on your way. Gu Fei no longer held back. He clenched his right hand and directly punched. This punch could not be any more ordinary. It was the black tiger steals the heart. Bam! Gu Fei's fist directly landed on the green-clothed old servant's chest. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from inside his body. Then, his entire body was shaken into a cloud of blood mist. The green-clothed old servant's primordial spirit could not even escape. It was shattered by Gu Fei's punch in the air. Is this person really Senior Chu? Zhao Qianqian's heart was in turmoil. She never thought that Chu Xiaoyun, who was always bullied by his peers, would have such heaven-defying combat power. At this moment, Chu Xiaoyun was so unfamiliar in her eyes. Run! The 13 Emptiness Realm disciples of the Black Spirit Lake who were injured by Gu Fei quickly turned around and ran. This monster had actually killed Yu Kuan and the green-clothed old servant. This was simply heaven-piercing. These men in black were already scared out of their wits. They did not dare to fight against Gu Fei at all. Die! Gu Fei did not show any mercy. He directly used the Imperial Sword technique. His sword light was like a dragon. Wherever it passed, there was a temporary crack in the space. One by one, the black-clothed disciples of the Black Spirit Lake were all killed by Gu Fei's sword light. Not a single one was left alive. Roar! At this moment, a long roar suddenly came from the direction of the Scarlet Heaven Gate. The sound was so earth-shattering that all the birds and beasts in the mountain ran for their lives. They've started? Gu Fei was shocked. He knew that the Black Spirit Lake and the Demon Refining Mountain had joined hands to attack the Scarlet Heaven Gate, but he did not think that these two forces would make a move so quickly. The Scarlet Firmament sect was only a small sect, but its territory wasn't small. In the Scarlet Firmament Mountain range, there were two other forces. One was the Black Evil Lake, and the other was the Demon Refining Mountain. These two forces plotted to destroy the Scarlet Firmament Gate and then divide up the Scarlet Firmament Gate's territory. At this time, the Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array had been activated, and all the disciples had retreated into the array. Haha, Zhao Jinyu, you're the dignified sect leader of the Scarlet Heaven Gate, but you're actually a coward? In the sky, there was a mighty black aura, and a demonic shadow appeared in the rolling demonic aura. A terrifying aura spread for several miles. On the square in front of the Scarlet Heaven Gate's main hall stood at least 1,000 cultivators. Among these cultivators, there were even powerhouses of the void-defying realm. A feathered beast dares to be presumptuous here? In front of the Scarlet Heaven Gate's main hall, a middle-aged man looked up into the sky. In the demonic aura, the figure gradually became clear. It was a woman in embroidered clothes. This woman's body was constantly emitting a monstrous demonic aura. This kind of aura made people upset. What did you say? The woman in embroidered clothes in the sky could not help but be furious when she heard Zhao Jinyu's words. In the next moment, her body shook, and then, rays of demonic light rushed out from her body. They turned into extremely sharp sword lights and blasted towards the Scarlet Heaven Gate's main hall below. The powerful power of the Tao integration realm erupted from the woman in embroidered clothes. This woman with monstrous demonic aura was actually an expert of the Tao integration realm. Kill. The sect leader of the Scarlet Heaven Gate, Zhao Jinyu, directly opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword. He held the divine sword and then slashed at the woman in the sky with all his might. The countless sword lights that descended from the sky were all blocked by the Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array. However, the sword that slashed out from the Scarlet Heaven Gate was not blocked at all. In an instant, it broke through the layers of demonic aura and slashed in front of the woman. What? The woman's shock was no small matter. Swoosh! The woman immediately retreated, but she was still a little too slow. The sword light slashed past her side, and a few strands of her hair floated down from the sky. The expert of the Demon Refinement Mountain was injured, and a bloodstain appeared on his shoulder. Zhao Jinyu, you're really good. The woman gritted her teeth and said fiercely, Rumble. Right at this moment, An extremely shocking sound came from the sky. Zhao Jinyu looked up and couldn't help but be shocked. He saw a huge mountain falling from the sky and crushing down on the mountain where the Hall of the Scarlet Heaven Gate was located. The giant mountain burst out with terrifying demonic power. The Dharma treasure of the Demon Refinement Mountain? Zhao Jinyu's voice changed. Before the gigantic Devil Mountain actually struck the Scarlet Firmament Gate's defensive array, the Scarlet Firmament Gate's defensive array had already started to shake violently. That's on a mountain more than 15 kilometers away from the Scarlet Heaven Gate. Someone saw this scene and was extremely shocked. The trump card of the Demon Refinement Mountain had been used. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge mountain directly hit the Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array. In the void, countless runes flickered and intertwined to form an array diagram. However, this still couldn't stop it. Countless runes collapsed, and an extremely violent wave of power erupted from the huge mountain. The Scarlet Heaven Gate's protective array collapsed, and the Demon Mountain directly fell toward the mountain. What? Zhao Jinyu's shock was no small matter. Roar! With a roar, the supernatural power in his body surged, and the divine sword in his hand directly slashed upward. However, the moment the divine sword in his hand slashed down on the Demon Mountain, the divine sword in his hand broke into two. Bang! Zhao Jinyu was also sent flying, and he kept coughing up blood. In the square in front of the hall, countless disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Gate were extremely frightened. As long as the Demon Mountain in the sky fell, they would all die. Damn it! Seeing that he was unable to turn the situation around and was unable to withstand the other party's attack, Zhao Jinyu spurted a mouthful of blood in agitation, and his entire body collapsed. Haha! From now on, the Scarlet Heaven Gate will no longer exist in this world. A loud voice came from the sky, and all the disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Gate were in despair. Who said that? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and then, the Demon Mountain that was falling from the sky actually stopped. Everyone was inexplicably shocked, especially the disciples of the Scarlet Heaven Gate in front of the hall. Being able to escape from death made them cry of joy. However, when everyone saw the scene below the Devil Mountain, all of them were dumbfounded. They only saw a young man single-handedly blocking the descending Devil Mountain. How is this possible? Chapter 4465. How is this possible? Countless disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect, who thought that they would be killed by the Fiend Mountain falling from the sky, were dumbfounded. They saw a young man holding the Fiend Mountain with one hand. It was an incredible Fiend Dao Dharma artifact of the Fiend Refinement Mountain. The power of one blow was comparable to the full blow of a Dao Integration Realm cultivator, and it was an attack at the peak Dao Integration Realm. A peak Dao Integration Realm cultivator was extremely powerful. To ordinary people, they were like immortals. Of course, they were not immortals yet. The primordial realm was the ancestral land of all worlds. There were thousands of races and countless immortals here. Even immortal emperors appeared from time to time. Only immortal supremacies could not be seen. For a small sect like the Crimson Firmament sect, it was already very impressive to have a Dao Integration Realm cultivator. The primordial realm was different from the ancestral realm. Cultivators had a longer lifespan, especially Dao Integration Realm cultivators, who had a lifespan of 10,000 years. Of course, only immortals were immortal. Immortality was relative. If an immortal hid in a secret place and never came out, his lifespan would be infinite. After all, immortal creatures were also divided into different levels. Earth immortals were stronger than human immortals, heaven immortals were stronger than earth immortals, and Shin immortals were stronger than heaven immortals. It was easy for an earth immortal to kill a human immortal. Therefore, logically speaking, the lifespan of an immortal was infinite, but it did not mean that he could not be killed. Its seventh junior brother. How is it possible? A middle-aged man in green stared at the young man holding the Fiend Mountain on the list and exclaimed, "Eldest senior brother, how is this possible?" Another young man in white said in disbelief. The middle-aged man in green was Luo Yu, the eldest senior brother of the Crimson Firmament sect. His Crimson Firmament sword technique had been cultivated to the acme of perfection. His sword Dao cultivation was definitely one of the best among the disciples. Although the Crimson Firmament sect was a small sect, its ultimate technique was also passed down from the Sword Immortal sect. The seventh disciple, Chu Xiaoyun, was the youngest and weakest among the 7 disciples of sect master Zhao Jinyu. He could not even beat Zhao Jinyu's youngest daughter. However, the trash in the eyes of his fellow disciples seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of war who was holding the terrifying Fiend Mountain with one hand. High up in the sky, among the demonic clouds, a demonic figure appeared. Emo Hong. I didn't expect that even a dignified supreme elder of Demon Refinement Mountain like you would fail. In the distant sky, a scarlet-haired middle-aged man standing on a blood cloud laughed heartily. Qi Sha, since you're so powerful, you take care of them. The demonic figure in the sky waved his hand, and the demonic mountain that Gu Fei was carrying flew back. I'll do it. The middle-aged man called Qi Sha stepped on a blood cloud and charged towards the peak of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. Sigh. At that moment, Gu Fei frowned. If he hadn't sealed his cultivation base, he wouldn't have needed to do anything to these ants. All he had to do was release a strand of his extreme Dao aura, and these guys would be destroyed in body and soul. The power that erupted from this devil mountain had almost shattered his body. Chu Xiaoyun's body had been modified by Gu Fei. It had to be known that Gu Fei was going to use Chu Xiaoyun's identity to walk around the primal beginning realm. If Chu Xiaoyun's body was too weak, it would be very troublesome. Xiaoyun, what are you? Zhao Jinyu rushed over. Master. Gu Fei pretended to bow to Zhao Jinyu. After all, Zhao Jinyu was Chu Xiaoyun's master, and he was Chu Xiaoyun now. Seventh brother. How did you suddenly become so powerful? Senior brother Luo Yu also rushed over and looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. One had to know that if that devil mountain had been bombarded just now, the entire mountain would have been blown up. However, Chu Xiaoyun had actually held that devil mountain with one hand. This was simply unbelievable. Let's talk about it later. Gu Fei scratched his head in embarrassment. Zhao Jinyu still wanted to say something. However, at that moment, a large number of black-clothed people charged up from the foot of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. Among those black-clothed people, there were many cultivators in the Soul Formation realm. Those cultivators directly rose into the air and charged towards the mountain. Luo Yu, quickly bring people to fight. Sect leader Zhao Jinyu quickly ordered. Yes, Master. Luo Yu immediately turned around and organized the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect to fight against the allied forces of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. Zhao Jinyu did not ask for help from the Five Elements sect because the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Evil Lake were also sects under the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect was a sect with celestial immortals. The territory ruled by the Five Elements sect was millions of miles wide, like a small kingdom. Within this area, there were at least dozens of sections. Although these sects were all subordinate sects of the Five Element sect and obeyed the orders of the Five Element sect, the Five Element sect could not be bothered with the battles between these sections. Only when something threatened the ruling position of the Five Element sect would the Five Element sect intervene. In the eyes of small sects like the Scarlet Firmament sect, the Five Element sect had a high status, but there was a real behemoth above the Five Elements sect, and that was the Five Elements Heavenly sect. Compared to the Five Elements Heavenly sect, the Five Elements sect was like a sesame seed. It was precisely because Zhao Jinyu was very clear about the rules set by the Five Elements sect that he did not ask for help from the Five Elements sect. He knew that even if the Scarlet Firmament sect was destroyed by the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain, the Five Elements sect would not intervene. The Scarlet Firmament sect was already at the point of life and death. How could Zhao Jinyu care about asking Chu Xiaoyun how his disciple had become so powerful? Elders, follow me to kill the enemy. Zhao Jinyu opened his mouth and spat out a sword pellet. The sword pellet unfolded in the wind and turned into an extremely sharp sword light that soared into the sky. It pierced through the elder of the Black Evil Lake who was attacking from the sky. Scarlet Sandstorm. Qi Sha, the elder of the Black Evil Lake, shouted. In the next moment, boundless bloody light rushed out from his body, and it transformed into an extremely violent storm that swept towards Zhao Jinyu. Zhao Jinyu's sword light was immediately submerged by the scarlet sandstorm. The scarlet storm was formed by countless scarlet sand. It was a real sandstorm, and it was extremely powerful. It could make a cultivator's flying sword lose its spirituality and turn it into scrap iron. Zhao Jinyu and the 3 elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect were all hit by the scarlet sandstorm. Zhao Jinyu could not care about attacking Qi Sha anymore. He directly recalled the sword light and became one with it to protect his body. A ball of immortal light also emerged from the 3 elders to resist the scarlet sandstorm. However, the scarlet sandstorm was extremely powerful. The protective immortal light on one of the elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect collapsed, and the scarlet sandstorm hit him directly, instantly tearing him to pieces. The protective immortal light of the other 2 elders also became extremely dim. Seeing this, Zhao Jinyu could not help but be shocked and angry. Qi Sha, our Scarlet Firmament sect has no enmity with the Black Evil Lake. Why are you attacking us? Zhao Jinyu roared angrily. Haha, does the Black Evil Lake need a reason to do something? Qi Sha laughed. You. Zhao Jinyu flew into a rage and directly attacked Qi Sha with the Divine Sword Unity. The violent scarlet sandstorm was actually broken by his sword light, which was at least 1,000 feet long. Do you want to risk your life? Qi Sha's figure disappeared in the scarlet sandstorm. For a moment, Zhao Jinyu could not sense the exact location of this guy. Just when Zhao Jinyu and the 2 elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect were in trouble, a life-and-death battle unfolded on the top of the Scarlet Firmament sect. The experts of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain had already attacked the top of the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. The square in front of the Scarlet Firmament Hall had become a battlefield. Boom! A 3-meter-tall giant man with a mighty demonic aura waved a sledgehammer and directly smashed a disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect into minced meat. Blood splashed all over the giant man. The giant man grinned hideously and continued to attack another disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect. Third brother, you go? Luo Yu shouted at a young swordsman. The young swordsman immediately activated his flying sword and attacked the giant man. Swoosh! With a flash of sword light, the flying sword of Lin Feng, the 3rd disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, slashed the giant man's body. However, the giant man's body only shook a little. The sword light cut a hole in the armor on his body, but no blood flowed out. What? Lin Feng was taken aback. This guy's body could actually resist my flying sword? How is this possible? Roar! The giant man roared, like a clap of thunder. It shook the ears of the surrounding people. The next moment, he raised the giant hammer with both hands and smashed it towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! The giant hammer smashed down, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Those with weaker cultivations were immediately forced to retreat. This guy, Lin Feng, was taken aback and directly moved 10 feet horizontally. Boom! The giant hammer smashed down, the ground shook, and the place where Lin Feng originally stood was immediately smashed into a large pit. Cracks extended out from the surroundings of the pit. The square in front of the Scarlet Firmament Hall was paved with hard bluestone. Normal swords and sabers could only leave faint marks on the ground of the square. And this giant man smashed down with his hammer and actually smashed a large pit in the incomparably hard bluestone ground. One could imagine how strong this giant man was. Although Lin Feng's sword cultivation was very strong, facing an opponent that could directly ignore his flying sword, he had a feeling of not knowing where to attack. He could only fight with this giant man. At this time, Zhao Qianqian also charged up from the foot of the mountain. She was fighting a pale-faced demon endlessly, but for a moment, the victor could not be determined. And at this time, Gu Fei was like taking a leisurely stroll on the battlefield. Those demon cultivators from the Demon Refinement Mountain who attacked him were all directly blown up by him with one punch. Very quickly, whether it was the demon cultivators of the Demon Refinement Mountain or the evil cultivators of the Black Evil Lake, when they saw Gu Fei walking over, they immediately hid far away like they were avoiding the god of plague. This guy was too abnormal. He was only at the soul formation stage, but his physical body was unimaginably strong. No matter how powerful one's abilities were or how powerful one's magic treasures were, he could break through them with one punch and one kick. Seeing how abnormal Gu Fei was, Lin Feng hurriedly led the giant man towards Gu Fei. Seventh brother, I'll leave this big guy to you. Chapter 4466. In the territory ruled by the five elements heavenly sect in the primordial beginning realm, an inconspicuous small sect, the Crimson Firmament sect, was being attacked by two other small sections. Both the Black Fiend Lake and the Fiend Refinement Mountain were guarded by Tao Integration Realm cultivators. In the primordial beginning realm, there were actually countless Tao Integration Realm cultivators. However, if one wanted to establish a sect, a cultivator of the soul formation stage was still not enough, and a cultivator of the defying void stage was also a little lacking. Only cultivators of the Tao integration stage and above could establish their own sect and pass down their teachings. If their cultivation was too low, they would not be able to defend their own sect and would be destroyed in minutes. Immortals were naturally more qualified to establish a sect. Of course, a sect with an immortal in charge was just a small sect in the primordial beginning realm. A real big sect had to have an immortal king, or even an immortal emperor. A real top force had to have an immortal lord. Without an immortal lord, the forces in the primordial beginning realm would be embarrassed to call themselves a top force. At this moment, in the territory of the Five Elements sect, the mountain where the Crimson Firmament sect was located was filled with battle cries. Countless spiritual lights kept appearing and colliding with each other. Countless Dharma artifacts flew in the sky. From time to time, people fell from the sky or were smashed into pieces. Countless cultivators were fighting desperately in the sky and on the ground. The people at the foot of the mountain wanted to kill, and the people on the mountain wanted to kill. There were also dozens of figures moving quickly in the sky. The incomparably violent power of true essence spread out, even dispersing the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the entire Crimson Firmament sect was filled with figures and corpses. The void was filled with an incomparably strong smell of blood. In the primordial beginning realm, only cultivators above the soul formation realm could fly. The laws of heaven and earth here were so powerful that even cultivators at the nascent soul realm could not fly. In some low-level worlds, cultivators at the nascent soul realm could be called nascent soul patriarchs. Outrageous! Are these guys from the Crimson Firmament sect crazy? Roared the commander of the Black Evil Lake. In the face of the crazy counterattack of the Crimson Firmament sect, the allied forces of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were being beaten back. Roar! Seeing that he was no match for the other party's intermediate nascent soul stage cultivator, a Scarlet Firmament sect's beginner-level nascent soul stage disciple actually fiercely pounced forward, hugged that intermediate nascent soul stage cultivator, and self-detonated. Roar! The Black Demon Lake's Grand Commander's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator that was killed by the other party was a disciple of the Black Demon Lake. For an early-stage nascent soul cultivator to kill a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, this was definitely a big profit. Furthermore, the scene of him perishing together with the enemy was constantly playing out. This bunch of lunatics, when the cultivators of Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain saw this, they were all terrified. Enemies weren't scary, but enemies who weren't afraid of death were terrifying. If you want to live, then put your lives on the line. The Black Fiend Lake Great Commander roared at the cultivators of Black Fiend Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain. That's right. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. Let's go all out. What? Countless cultivators of Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain roared angrily and desperately activated their Dharma artifacts to attack the mountain. Their aura actually increased greatly. For a moment, the Crimson Firmament sect and the allied forces of the two great evil demon forces were locked in battle. Blood mist permeated the Crimson Firmament Mountain, and it was extremely tragic. At this time, on the square at the peak of the Crimson Firmament sect, a group of powerful cultivators from the Crimson Firmament sect had encountered a huge problem. The Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain had a lot more soul formation cultivators than the Crimson Firmament sect, and there were also more defying Void Realm cultivators than the Crimson Firmament sect. Even the Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain had 3 more Tao Integration Realm cultivators than the Crimson Firmament sect. At this time, On the square at the peak of the Crimson Firmament Mountain, Gu Fei and the huge man were facing off. Boom! The huge man, who was surrounded by demonic aura, waved the divine hammer in his hand and directly smashed a huge pit where Gu Fei had been standing. What a powerful force! Facing this kind of powerhouse, Gu Fei was a little surprised. After all, this was a world of cultivation, where Dharma power and quintessential essence were cultivated. Very few people would cultivate body skills. The huge man from the Demon Refinement Mountain was clearly an exception. Lin Feng, this guy. When Gu Fei saw the huge man directly attacking him, he could not help but secretly curse Lin Feng, who had slipped away. If it was Gu Fei in the past, he would definitely be killed by Lin Feng's third senior brother. Fortunately, it was Gu Fei who was using this identity now. Roar! The huge man directly roared and raised the divine hammer in his hand, smashing it at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and actually directly grabbed the divine hammer that was smashing towards him. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Grabbing the huge man's divine hammer with his bare hands, someone exclaimed. At this moment, Gu Fei suddenly revealed a playful smile. Then, he exerted force with his right hand, and with a muffled sound, the divine hammer that he grabbed actually exploded. Countless fragments shot towards the huge man. The giant mountain man staggered backward. On the spot, 3 nascent soul realm cultivators were pierced by the fragments of the divine hammer and directly died. The huge man was the first to bear the brunt, but countless fragments of the divine hammer hit his body. Only his clothes were torn, and the skin under his clothes was crystal clear like peerless divine jade. "Humph, you guys are all so weak," Gu Fei said indifferently. "What?" The powerhouses from Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain were all shocked and angry. This little guy actually did not care about the powerhouses from the two forces. At this moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly appeared in front of the huge man. He directly punched the huge man's abdomen, and in the next moment, the guy directly flew out and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. This Chu Xiaoyan actually sent the extremely powerful huge man flying with a single punch. Junior brother, Chu Xiaoyan's senior and junior brothers were extremely excited. "All of you, scram, or else." Gu Fei glanced in all directions, and a shocking murderous intent exploded from his body. "Or else what?" A contemptuous voice rang out, and the commander of Black Demon Lake directly charged towards Gu Fei. The power of the defying emptiness realm surged out from his body. "Die!" Gu Fei stared at the armored middle-aged general in front of him. "Ha ha!" The commander of Black Demon Lake laughed recklessly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, he continued to press towards Gu Fei, and his powerful aura continued to rise. Why are there always people coming to die? Chapter 4467. The commander of the Black Demon Lake was the existence with the greatest authority in the entire Black Demon Lake, aside from the sect master. This was because the army of the Black Demon Lake was under his control, and at this moment, the usually calm commander of the Black Demon Lake could no longer remain calm. He actually personally attacked Gu Fei. Whoosh! 2 rays of sharp sword light shot out from the eyes of the Black Demon Lake's commander. These 2 rays of sword light directly pierced through Gu Fei. Eye technique? Gu Fei frowned. This kind of mystique was most suitable for plotting against others. No one would have thought that the commander of the Black Demon Lake would actually cultivate eye techniques. The eyes of the commander of the Black Demon Lake were great killing weapons. Scram! Gu Fei merely waved his sleeve, and the 2 beams of sword light directly dissipated in the void, as if they had never appeared. This guy, the commander of the Black Demon Lake, was shocked. Bam! At this moment, Gu Fei's right foot stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot towards the commander like an arrow. His speed was extremely fast. "You're courting death." The commander of the Black Demon Lake separated his hands, and a mass of black gas immediately appeared between his hands. In the next moment, this mass of black gas instantly enveloped the void within a radius of hundreds of feet. The black gas carried a fishy smell. Wherever it enveloped, all life was extinguished. The surrounding disciples who were still fighting hurriedly retreated. Even if an immortal came into contact with a little of this black demon poison mist, they would be in deep trouble, let alone existences below the immortal realm. However, Gu Fei completely ignored the black demon poison mist in front of him and charged head-on into it. Bam! Within the black mist, there was a flash of blood. Gu Fei had actually directly smashed into the body of the commander of the Black Demon Lake. Even his primordial spirit had not been able to escape and was destroyed. What? Everyone was stunned by the battle prowess that Gu Fei had displayed. Bam! Boom! Gu Fei moved swiftly in the air. One by one, the experts of the Black Demon Lake and Fiend Refinement Mountain were killed by him. Everywhere he passed, everyone was shocked. At this time, high up in the sky, the sect master of the Crimson Firmament sect, Zhao Jinyu, and the elder of the Black Demon Lake, Qi Sha, were engaged in a fierce battle. This was a battle of the Dao integration stage. Zhao Jinyu, surrender obediently, and I'll spare your life. Moreover, I can even plead on your behalf with the sect master to make you an elder. How about it? Qi Sha said loudly, his voice spreading far and wide. Seal your head. Zhao Jinyu roared. There were countless sword lights surrounding his body, and he looked like an unsheathed peerless sword. With just a thought, the endless sword radiance on Zhao Jinyu's body directly soared into the sky and turned into a sword array that enveloped Qi Sha. The Black Fiend Lake Elder was very strong. Qi Sha charged left and right in Zhao Jinyu's sword formation, but he couldn't break it. Zhao Jinyu was also desperate. When he fought with Qi Sha previously, he was at a disadvantage, but soon, he almost turned the tables. Haha, Qi Sha, do you need help? Fiend Refinement Mountain's Grand Elder, Imo Hong, laughed. You? Zhao Jinyu was so excited that he was almost pierced by Qi Sha's sword when he was distracted. The three Grand Elders of the Crimson Firmament sect were all dead, which made Zhao Jinyu feel extremely pained. They were the pillars of the Crimson Firmament sect, but they had died just like that. The opponent's Dao integration expert was still eyeing them covetously and had yet to make a move. At this time, Zhao Jinyu couldn't hold back his strength even if he wanted to. He had to attack with all his strength and activate the sword array to kill Qi Sha, who was trapped in the array. However, Qi Sha had a lot of good things on him. Every time he encountered danger, a ball of divine light would emerge from his body and envelop him, blocking Zhao Jinyu's killing blow. Within Zhao Jinyu's sword array, Sword Qi soared into the sky, and sword light crisscrossed the heavens and the earth as if it could destroy everything. A terrifying aura spread out, and even Imo Hong, who was watching the battle from the side, was a little moved. This was a sword Dao divine power that could only be mastered when the Crimson Firmament sword technique was cultivated to the extreme. Imo Hong, when are you going to make a move? Qi Sha had no choice but to ask Imo Hong for help. If this continued, his soul would definitely be destroyed by Zhao Jinyu. Haha, come beg me. Imo Hong was very happy to finally see Qi Sha suffer a setback. You! Qi Sha was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood again. This battle would not end anytime soon. At this time, on the top of the Crimson Firmament Mountain, Gu Fei displayed his invincible battle strength. No matter who it was, as long as they were hit by his fist, they would die. He did not use any divine powers or spells, and he relied on his extremely tyrannical body to sweep away all his opponents. How is this possible? Using his body to fight Dharma treasures? This is too heaven-defying. At this time, on the top of the mountain, the people of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were scared by Gu Fei. Monster! An expert of the Black Evil Lake roared, but in the end, he was still caught by Gu Fei. With a stomp, he was torn apart and died. This guy. On the square, the people of the Black Evil Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain all had the intention to retreat. If they didn't retreat now, they might be killed by that madman Chu Xiaoyun. This Chu Xiaoyun is only the last of the 7 disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect master. He is only at the soul formation stage, but the strength of his body is unimaginable. There were experts of the Demon Refinement Mountain watching from the side. No one could imagine how Chu Xiaoyun could suddenly become so powerful. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Heaven-swallowing mixed element technique, Gu Fei shouted. The next moment, an unimaginably powerful devouring power erupted from his body, and the entire world's spiritual qi was madly gathering towards him. Seventh brother. Seeing this, Luo Yu of the Crimson Firmament sect could not help but exclaim in excitement. Seventh brother has mastered the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. Third brother Lin Feng was extremely envious. That was the best cultivation method. Although it was incomplete, it was still much better than the Crimson Firmament sect's Crimson Firmament sword technique. However, it was incomplete after all. It could not be practiced casually, because if one was not careful, one could go berserk. At best, one would be severely injured, and at worst, one would die. Therefore, in the entire Crimson Firmament sect, only a fool like Chu Xiaoyun would practice the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. However, the heavens were fair, and Chu Xiaoyun had really mastered the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. This was something that no one could have imagined. Of course, all of this was because Gu Fei wanted the people of the Crimson Firmament sect to think that Chu Xiaoyun had mastered the heaven-swallowing mixed element technique. Only this could explain why he had suddenly become so powerful. Chapter 4468. Gu Fei transformed into Chu Xiaoyun and sealed his extreme grade cultivation to become the seventh disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect's master. The Scarlet Firmament sect was like an ant in the primal beginning realm and even in the Five Elements heavenly sect. Even the Five Elements sect under the Five Elements heavenly sect was many times stronger than the Scarlet Firmament sect. It could be said that the Scarlet Firmament sect was the lowest sect among the countless sects and sects in the primal beginning realm. Otherwise, the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain would not have joined forces to attack the Scarlet Firmament sect. At this time, the Scarlet Firmament sect was at the juncture of life and death. If it were not for the existence of Gu Fei, the Scarlet Firmament sect would definitely be destroyed by the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. But now, Gu Fei was here. It would be difficult for the Scarlet Firmament sect to be destroyed. At this time, on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain, Gu Fei began a massacre. With his powerful body, he was invincible. With a punch and a kick, he killed an opponent. He was like a terrifying beast, killing the disciples of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. Wherever he went, the disciples of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain would all flee. Seventh junior brother is mighty. Lin Feng, the third disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, shouted excitedly. This scammer. Gu Fei glanced at Lin Feng. Just now this guy lured a big guy over to his side, and then he slipped away on his own. Roar. At this time, there was a roar and the ground shook. Heavy footsteps were heard, and the ground shook with each sound. Gu Fei turned around and saw the giant man, who had been sent flying by his punch, charging towards him. The giant man's body was covered in black demonic flames. His eyes had turned blood red, and his expression was incomparably ferocious. The big man was like an erupting volcano. Powerful demonic power erupted from his body, and the surrounding cultivators all fled in fear. Chu Xiaoyun, go to hell. The giant roared and rushed to the front of Gu Fei. He threw a punch at Gu Fei. His fist, which was bigger than a clay pot, bloomed with a demonic light like a black sun. If it were to be hit by this punch, even a mountain would be blasted apart. This giant man's cultivation was much stronger than before. Before, this guy was still at the deity transformation stage, but now he was at the void-defying stage. His cultivation had increased by an entire realm. A secret technique of the demonic path? Gu Fei smiled. He stretched out his right hand and caught the giant man's fist, which was bigger than a clay pot. How is this possible? The huge man turned pale with fright. He knew very well how powerful his punch was. Even the armored bull in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, which possessed astonishing defensive power, wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. However, Chu Xiaoyun was able to block his punch with just one hand. Could it be that this guy's body was much stronger than his own? Big guy, since you haven't been killed by my punch, you should be running for your life. Why don't you run for your life? Why do you want to die? Gu Fei smiled. My demon mountain isn't afraid of death, the giant man said angrily. The huge man shouted angrily. As he spoke, he exerted all his strength in an attempt to push Gu Fei back. However, no matter how much he exerted his strength, it was useless. How is this possible? Senior Brother Demon Mountain is an expert of the Demon Refinement Mountain. How can there be someone stronger than him? A disciple of the Demon Refinement Mountain stared at this shocking scene with his mouth agape. There were very few body cultivators in the primal beginning realm, but it didn't mean that there were none. This giant man, Demon Mountain, had once obtained a demon scripture. He cultivated this demon scripture and actually cultivated a powerful demon body. His body was extremely strong. The strength of the demon body allowed Demon Mountain to sweep across the younger generation of the Demon Refinement Mountain. He was even able to compete with the experts of the older generation. His strength was too strong. If others hit him, it would be fine. But if he hit someone else, that person would die. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. But now, a trash from the Scarlet Firmament sect actually single-handedly blocked Demon Mountain's full-powered punch. Even the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect found this hard to believe. Very good. Then you can follow me from now on, Gu Fei said. He somewhat admired this giant man. These days, there were very few people who weren't afraid of death. You want me to betray my sect? I can't do that, Demon Mountain coldly said. All right then, you can go on your way, Gu Fei calmly said. In the next moment, his right hand that was blocking Demon Mountain's punch shook. Demon Mountain's fist exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Following that was his arm, then his body. Demon Mountain only had time to let out a miserable scream before he exploded into a mist of blood. His body and soul were both destroyed. This, Senior Brother Demon Mountain, is an expert who cultivated the mutated Metal Devil body. The disciples of the Demon Refinement Mountain were all dumbfounded. Demon Mountain had cultivated the mutated Metal Devil body. His entire body was like mutated metal, extremely hard. Even the magic tools refined by Tao Integration Realm cultivators were like scratches on his body. Haha, what Demon Refinement Mountain's #1 devil body? It turns out to be trash. The #1 devil body is simply a joke. Hee hee, you can't even block a palm from 7th Junior Brother, and you still dare to call yourself the #1 devil body? After Gu Fei killed Demon Mountain, the morale of the entire Scarlet Firmament sect immediately soared. Everyone fought bravely against the enemy, risking their lives, and actually forced the allied forces of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain to retreat. Moreover, after the commander of the Black Demon Lake was killed by Gu Fei, the allied forces of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were in a mess. This was also one of the reasons why the allied forces of the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were killed. At this time, the Scarlet Firmament sect gradually gained the upper hand in the battle on the Scarlet Firmament Mountain. However, in the sky, the battle between Zhao Jinyu and Qi Sha was a different scene. The Grand Elder of the Demon Refinement Mountain, Imo Hong, had already made his move. A Devil Mountain floated above his head. With a wave of his right hand, the Devil Mountain immediately blasted toward Zhao Jinyu. This Devil Mountain was held by Gu Fei with one hand. This was the supreme treasure of the Demon Refinement Mountain, a magic treasure refined by a Tao Integration Peak stage cultivator. Gu Fei could block the full blow of a cultivator at the Tao Integration Peak stage. Bam! Zhao Jinyu was directly sent flying thousands of feet away by the Devil Mountain. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the protective sword light on his body was almost shattered by the Devil Mountain. Imo Hong, Zhao Jinyu stared at the figure surrounded by Devil Qi, and his pupils involuntarily contracted. Imo Hong, you are really despicable, Qi Sha sneered. Humph, this is not despicable. This is a strategy, understand? Imo Hong said very unhappily. Hee hee, you make a despicable sneak attack sound so dignified. You're really good. Qi Sha directly gave Imo Hong a thumbs up. You're all jackals of the same tribe. Let's attack together. What do I, Zhao Jinyu, have to fear? Zhao Jinyu's body was full of mighty sword qi, and a sword light circled around him. Although the sword light was as fast as cold lightning, it did not make any sound. In that case, we'll fulfill your wish, Emohong said very seriously. Zhao Jinyu, do you really want to be reincarnated? Qi Sha said as he closed in on Zhao Jinyu. At the same time, Emohong also walked toward Zhao Jinyu step by step. He was like a wheel of doomsday in the sky, suppressing the universe. He stretched out his right hand, and a devil spear immediately appeared in his hand. At this time, above the distant sky, a powerful figure was faintly discernible. The news that the Crimson Firmament sect was besieged by the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Demon Lake shook the entire region. Many experts of the forces were alarmed and came to watch the battle. Moreover, there were also experts of the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Demon Lake who had not yet made a move and were still watching from the sidelines. The Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were not monolithic. These forces had too many schemes. On the surface, they seemed to be cooperating and joining forces, but who knew what they were planning in secret? The people of the Demon Refinement Mountain and the Black Demon Lake were guarding against each other. At this time, Zhao Jinyu could only fight with his life. The battle broke out. Soon, Zhao Jinyu was hit by Emohong and fell from the sky, directly falling toward the peak of the Crimson Firmament Mountain. What? The sect master lost. It's a calamity. The faces of everyone in the Crimson Firmament sect changed. They all knew the consequences of Zhao Jinyu's defeat. The Crimson Firmament sect was about to be destroyed. The Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain were all evil sections. They were decisive in killing. If Zhao Jinyu refused to bow his head, these evil sects would definitely not be lenient and would kill the Crimson Firmament sect. Gu Fei looked up into the sky. At this time, senior brother Luo Yu soared into the sky and directly caught Zhao Jinyu, who was falling from the sky. However, at this time, a demonic spear pierced towards the two of them from the sky, trying to nail Zhao Jinyu and Luo Yu to death in the void. Luo Yu was shocked. With his cultivation and the fact that he was carrying a person, even if he was not carrying a person, he would not be able to dodge this attack. Master, senior brother. When the disciples of the Crimson Firmament sect saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. Father. Zhao Qianqian looked up and almost fell to the ground. That was her father, and he was about to be stabbed to death by the demonic spear. Helplessness and fear filled her mind. Just as Zhao Jinyu and Luo Yu were about to be nailed to death by Emohong's spear, a fist suddenly smashed from the side, accurately hitting the head of the spear. The tip of the spear that was emitting a terrifying demonic light was actually smashed away by this punch. What? Emohong was shocked and angry. He looked down and saw that his hand was covered in blood. Not only did the spear fly out of his hand, but his palm was also cracked. It's you. Emohong saw the owner of that fist. That person was Chu Xiaoyun, the trash of the Crimson Firmament sect. The rumors were really unbelievable. If he was trash, then there would be no geniuses in the world. Eldest senior brother, take master to rest first. Leave everything to me. Gu Fei said to Luo Yu with an expressionless face. All right, seventh brother. Be careful, Luo Yu said as he carried the unconscious Zhao Jinyu and flew to the ground. Little guy, do you think that you are invincible after killing Emotion? Emohong said disdainfully. Overestimating yourself. An ant wants to challenge a dragon. You must be tired of living. Qi Sha walked over from afar, his voice full of disdain. You guys are considered dragons? Gu Fei shook his head and smiled. Come at me together. Chapter 4469. Seeing that Gu Fei had challenged Qi Sha and Emohong, everyone was dumbfounded. Even if 7th junior brother has mastered the mixed origin life and death technique, he's still no match for Qi Sha and Emohong. Lin Feng, the third disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect, looked at Chu Xiaoyun in the sky with a grave expression. His master, Zhao Jinyu, had been defeated. Now, no one could stop the two Dao integration experts from the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain. This made everyone in the Scarlet Firmament sect feel despair. Some of the elders of the Scarlet Firmament sect thought that the sect was about to be destroyed. They couldn't help but cry. Although the Scarlet Firmament sect was a small sect, it had existed for nearly 10,000 years. All the disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect were unwilling to be destroyed just like that. The opponents were too despicable. They had joined forces to attack the Scarlet Firmament sect, and it was a sneak attack. The Scarlet Firmament sect is finished. Yes, the Black Demon Lake and the Demon Refinement Mountain are indeed from the Demon Tao. They are ruthless. In the distant sky, there were powerful figures watching the battle. However, they didn't plan to intervene, because it was too common for small sects to fight each other in the primordial realm. Even the Five Elements sect didn't intervene. Moreover, the Five Elements sect actually encouraged its subordinate forces to fight each other, because only by constantly fighting and experiencing the baptism of life and death could one become a true expert. Among the experts watching the battle in the distance, there were mighty existences with 5 elements chi. They were the people of the 5 elements sect. They had also come, but they didn't show up. I didn't expect that the little disciple of the Scarlet Firmament sect to have mastered the mixed origin life and death technique and have the mixed origin Tao body. No one would cultivate such an incomplete cultivation method. I didn't expect this little guy to be unafraid of death. In the distant sky, 2 young men in blue clothes were communicating with their divine senses. This kind of physique hasn't appeared in our territory for more than 100,000 years. Yes, I've read the oldest book in the sect. The last time the mixed origin Tao body appeared was 130,000 years ago, during the era of Emperor Hung. The 2 young men communicated with their divine senses because they didn't want others to know what they were talking about. Emperor Hung was an extreme Tao emperor lord that appeared in the primordial world 130,000 years ago. He was extremely powerful, and even the 5 Elements Sky sect had to obey him. However, Emperor Hung also had an enemy. It was a being who possessed the Tao form of mixed elements. He had once fought with Emperor Hung for the Supreme Emperor's throne. In the end, Emperor Hung won and successfully proved his Tao. However, the Tao form of mixed elements was injured and fled, disappearing without a trace. The Chaos Origin Heavenly Art of the Chaos Origin Taoist body was definitely one of the top heavenly arts in the Grand Beginning realm, comparable to Emperor Heng's indestructible heavenly art. The incomplete primordial life and death art that the Crimson Firmament sect master had obtained might have been derived from the primordial heaven art. This person called Chu Xiaoyun cannot die. The 2 green-clothed disciples of the 5 Element sect wanted to know how Chu Xiaoyun managed to cultivate such a tyrannical, mysterious technique. At this time, opposite Gu Fei, Qi Sha and Demo Hong looked at Gu Fei with disdain. This guy was only in the soul formation realm, while they were Tao integration realm experts. The gap between the 2 of them couldn't be bridged by some heaven-defying divine skill or freakish dharma treasure. In the ice-cold void, killing intent surged. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar stared at Gu Fei and Qi Sha. Emo Hong, is this disciple of the Crimson Firmament sect courting death? Emo Hong, are you going to make a move, or should I? Qi Sha glanced at Emo Hong and asked. Humph. Emo Hong sneered and ignored Qi Sha. Hee. Qi Sha laughed. He really didn't want to kill an ant. If you won't make a move, then I will, Gu Fei said, and directly charged toward the 2 Tao integration realm experts. His speed was extremely fast. What? Did this guy get kicked in the head by a donkey? Everyone was shocked. How dare you, ant? Die. Qi Sha made his move. An endless amount of black fiendish demon chi erupted from his body, turning into a net that enveloped Gu Fei, who was charging towards him. Gu Fei directly grabbed the demonic net and tore a hole. Then, he rushed out and instantly collided with Qi Sha. In the next moment, Qi Sha was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking came from his body, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. This, Emo Hong, the supreme elder of the Demon Refinement Mountain, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. Qi Sha was a Tao integration realm expert, but he was actually injured by a small cultivator who was only in the soul formation realm. This was too unbelievable. Roar. Qi Sha roared into the sky. Violent demonic power erupted from his body, and a demonic shadow appeared faintly on his body. It was incomparably terrifying. Little guy, you've angered me. Qi Sha stared at Gu Fei opposite him. His pupils actually turned blood red, revealing a strange power that seemed to be able to hook the opponent's soul. It was as if he could hook the opponent's soul and destroy the opponent's soul with just a glance. However, Gu Fei was not afraid of this kind of demonic eyes. "So what if I angered you?" Gu Fei shrugged and said indifferently, "I'm going to tear you into pieces and nail your primordial spirit to the soul tablet. I'll burn it day and night and make you suffer the pain of refining your soul." Qi Sha gritted his teeth and said, "Is that so? Come and try." Gu Fei crooked his finger at Qi Sha again. Boom! In the next moment, Qi Sha moved. The demonic shadow that appeared on his body also moved. A vast demonic aura swept out and instantly enveloped the void within a radius of 10,000 feet, including Gu Fei. Junior brother Chu is in danger. Luo Yu, the eldest senior brother of the Qi Shao sect, was shocked. However, in the next moment, a figure flew out of the demonic mist and kept coughing up blood. How could this be? When everyone saw that the person who flew out of the demonic mist was none other than Qi Sha, their eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. There was a fist print on this guy's chest. This fist print had sunk deep into his body. Heaven-devouring primordial chaos. Gu Fei immediately displayed this mystic art. In the next moment, the surrounding demonic aura gathered towards him and was devoured by him, turning into his own energy. In just a breath's time, the sky full of demonic aura was completely devoured by Gu Fei. "You!" Qi Sha stared at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. This guy dared to devour his demonic aura and was still alive. This was unbelievable. "Come at me together. Otherwise, you guys won't have the chance to attack." Gu Fei said calmly. "Damn it! How dare you look down on us?" Qi Sha and Imo Hong were enraged. Imo Hong immediately took out the treasure of the demon refinement mountain, the demonic seal. The moment the demonic seal appeared, it was earth-shattering. "Are you going to surrender or not?" Imo Hong stared at Gu Fei and asked coldly. "Surrender your head?" Gu Fei was enraged. "Then go to hell," Imo Hong said, and immediately controlled the demonic mountain to crush down on Gu Fei. A powerful demonic aura erupted from his body, making him look as terrifying as an ancient demon king. Rumble. The entire void of the world became unstable. Seeing the demonic mountain crushing down on him, Gu Fei's expression was still calm as he punched upwards. Boom. With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist landed heavily on the demonic mountain. The violent force shook the entire demonic mountain. Everyone was dumbfounded. The demonic mountain was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei then stretched out his hand and grabbed Imo Hong's neck. "Don't kill me." Imo Hong's shock was no small matter. "Gotcha." Gu Fei exerted some strength in his right hand, and in the next moment, Imo Hong's neck was snapped, and he died instantly. "Run." Qi Sha turned around and fled. Even Imo Hong was easily killed by Gu Fei. His cultivation base was about the same as Imo Hong's. If Gu Fei could kill Imo Hong, he could definitely kill Qi Sha. "Should I stay here and wait for death? Do you think you can escape?" Gu Fei suddenly laughed. In the next moment, he turned into a heavenly sword and became one with it. In an instant, he caught up to Qi Sha and pierced through his heart. Qi Sha still breathed his last in the end. Just as Gu Fei killed Qi Sha and Imo Hong, the sound of a horn came from afar. Then, the experts of the Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain retreated like the receding tide after hearing the horn. The disciples of the Scarlet Firmament sect gave chase. Both sides fought in the mountain ridges, leaving many corpses along the way. No one had expected such an ending. Under the lead of Luo Yu, the people of the Scarlet Firmament sect chased them for hundreds of miles before turning back. The Black Demon Lake and Demon Refinement Mountain suffered heavy losses. The battle ended, and the experts of all sides retreated. In the evening, Zhao Jinyu's injuries improved, and he summoned Gu Fei. Sure enough, Zhao Jinyu asked about Gu Fei's cultivation as soon as they met, and Gu Fei had already thought of a countermeasure. "You actually had an epiphany at the moment of life and death?" In the room where Zhao Jinyu was recuperating, everyone was stunned. No one had expected this to happen. Their junior brother Chu Xiaoyun had an epiphany when he was on the verge of death. His cultivation level had improved greatly, and his physical body was even more tyrannical. He could easily kill a Dao integration stage cultivator. In fact, before this, Gu Fei had read Chu Xiaoyun's memories and found that he had cultivated a very strange cultivation method called the mixed element life-death technique. This cultivation technique was an incomplete cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was severely incomplete. Sect Master Zhao Jinyu had once brought this incomplete cultivation method to the Five Elements sect to pay a visit to the Heaven Immortal Sect Master of the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements sect master did not care about this incomplete cultivation method at all. If this mixed element life-death technique was a complete cultivation method, it would definitely be comparable to the Five Elements Heaven technique of the Five Elements sect. However, because it was so badly incomplete, it had no value at all. The reason why Gu Fei dared to show his heaven-defying combat power was because of this cultivation method. Who could have an epiphany at the moment of life and death? Of course, the real Chu Xiaoyun was really dead. The current Chu Xiaoyun was Gu Fei. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.